And is simply an art of Brad today? Or was that from yesterday? Thank you.
So just watch out for that. Off highway, that early wreck at Ponderosa and Pine Drive looks like that's been cleared. Traffic speeds have improved. Watch out for delays in westbound 270 between Quebec and Vasquez. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny, chance of snow later tonight, a high 41. Right now, partly cloudy and 31. Before impact traffic and weather, 19 Wagner, 630 K-House.
New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and get 2 faves. Like a Dave's single spicy chicken sandwich, nuts, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
This is Bill Emily, General Manager at Lexus of Greenwood Village. #1 Lexus dealer in Colorado. Both new and certified for 2020. Celebrate the start of 2021. Lease the new IS300 sedan for NX300 SUV for $349 per month. Come visit us today at Cooney Lexus, 5150 South Quebec Street, I-25 online at CooneyLexusofGreenwoodVillage.com.
This is Brent Iverson of Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867.
This Hyundai Venue is pretty good, isn't it?
I've never heard, you know what? The first time I ever heard of that vehicle was you the other day. I didn't even know it existed. What is it? Just like an Elantra, but I don't even know what it looks like.
It looks like a little SUV.
It's an SUV?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Or they call them a crossover, I bet. What's it called? A Venue?
Mm-hmm. It's really cool.
I was going to look up a picture of it. I've never heard of it.
It's your chance to win $1,000. Nationwide.
All right, gentlemen, you're on in about 10. Have a great show.
Thank you. Why are you in early,
Holy
bro?
cow, that is cool.
Because Shannon worked overtime yesterday before the days I was gone, so they don't want to give too many hours.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
I'm Tom Martino, dedicated to helping you solve your problems, answering. This show is here to help, and that's all we do. What I try to do is help, and we all agree on that, don't we? We all agree on what help is or what problems are. No one should be lied to, cheated, or ripped off. I've been doing this for 40 years in Denver, longer elsewhere, and we just love it, recovering hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's take Mike, for example. He called us. We got back to him. And by the way, if you do call us at 303-MARTINO, 24/7, 303-627-8466, or write to us, help@troubleshooter.com. We get back to you. Now, Mike, what's going on with your lease?
Complex until mid last year.
Okay.
And, bought a condo, moved out, and because of the issues of dates moving and closing and all this kind of stuff, I went to the apartment complex and talked to one of their staff members and asked if I could shorten my lease date from September 11 to September 5, which would be 6 days. And she said yes, and I have a signed piece of paper to that effect.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your lease expired normally on 9/11.
Correct.
Now, what year? Of 2020? Okay, but here's what I don't understand. Usually when there is an odd date like that, even though it was signed on the 11th, it usually goes from the 1st to the 1st, but this one went to the actual 11th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so, and I don't know what the big deal is. You wanted to shorten it to the 5th. You wanted to get out, but what difference would it make? Because were you proposing you pay less by a few days?
Yes, I was proposing that I not pay that 6 days of rent.
Got you. Okay, that's why. Otherwise, I would have said, what the hell's the difference if you left early? But now I understand, because what you wanted to do is you wanted to pay less by 6 days. And what happened, Mike?
Well, I wanted to save that $300.
I gotcha.
I moved out. Everything was just fine. And then I was told and delivered the keys to my place on September 5.
Sure.
And then I was told, oh no, you owe that approximately $300 because that representative of the complex didn't have authorization to do that.
Wait a minute. Didn't have authorization to write you this letter?
To give me 6 days
well, hold on.
change in my
okay.
lease expiration date.
I get it. Did they put that in writing?
Yes, I do have, I do have the piece of paper that the first representative said, yeah, I'll give you 6 days. I don't have anything on paper from the apartment saying, oh yes, you need to pay me another $300.
You know, we'll try to help them out, but think about it. If I told you could get out of your car lease just because I was a salesperson there, it means nothing.
You're right, but in some cases, it does mean something if you're an agent. Sometimes, for example, these people, this person was the manager on site. Who was this person?
I don't know exactly her official title, but
how did you find her?
Of the apartment complex.
She was a what?
Staff member.
Okay, so where did you find her? You went to the office?
Yes.
And okay, and you went up and you said, "Hey, Emily, I need to get out of my lease a few days early, or because it's going to be ready early, and I'd like to save $300." And she says, "Hey, Mike, no problem. Don't worry about it."
Exactly right.
Okay, now. Did she know you wanted to save the $300 or that you just wanted to leave early? Because if you said, I'd like to terminate the lease early, I would say no problem too. Or did you spell it out that you'd like to also save that extra money?
I did spell it out, and she changed in their automatic billing system to change from September 11 to September 5. So automatically, I was paying $300 less.
So she actually changed it in the computer?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, I bitch and moan too.
I think she may not have had authority, but there's no way for you to know that, and I think she obligated them. I do. Now, they're going to have a problem with her, but they shouldn't have one with you. Now, the only weakness you have here, Mike, is you have nothing in writing. And I'm sure something somewhere in that lease is going to say that any kind of alteration or any kind of amendment has to be put in writing. And in general, in Colorado, when it comes to any real estate issue, it has to be in writing. So
I do have a piece of paper signed by that representative and me adjusting my move-out date from the 11th to the 5th.
That's not talking about the price. Do you have a printout from where you saw it on the computer that it was $300 less?
I do have I think I probably have some sort of
I think you have
record.
I think you have a pretty strong case. So what are they proposing to do right now?
Well, they've done nothing.
What do they propose? What do they want you to do? They want you to pay, and you say, "I'm sorry, I made a deal, and I relied on it."
He told me they sent him to collections.
I submitted that to them. And 5 months later, after receiving no communication whatsoever...
And by the way, people always say that. Without receiving any communication whatsoever, went to collection. That's okay. There's no requirement to continually communicate. So, they could argue that you gave them no communication. Look, here's
but I have something, I did put something in writing and left it on the director's desk.
I bet Marty can get this handled, man.
I wouldn't even touch it. What do you mean something left on the director's desk? What was left on the director's desk?
I put my side of the issue on paper saying that I did not owe this approximately $300.
I'm talking about the no communication after you moved out. No one communicated. You didn't communicate. They didn't communicate. They sent it to collection. There was nothing improper. That's the only point I'm trying to make. I don't want to nitpick that. So right now it's in collections or not?
It is.
Okay, what does that mean?
That means that I pay the $300.
No. What does it mean? What does collections mean? What are they doing?
Well, it is a company called Rent Debt. It's an automatic debt collection company.
All right. So you have nothing to worry about. I would not do anything. I would simply proceed, and the only time I would get involved is if they take me to court. I'd show up and tell my story. I mean, look, it's going to go one way or the other. You depended. Now, will that person lie, however? This is what I want to know. Will that person lie and say, I never told him he could save that money. I simply told him he could leave early.
But she did adjust the payment.
Mike, I'm asking if she would lie and say, I told him he could leave early, but we never discussed the rent.
I'm not sure how to get a hold of her since she's left. She no longer works there.
Oh, it's good that she left, because then she becomes your witness.
If he can find her.
I think she would testify for me.
Did they ding your credit?
Not yet.
We got to find this lady. You got to find her. I wouldn't. There's nothing to handle right now, Mike. I think right now, the only thing you need to do is try to find her.
Okay, we'll do.
And geez, there must be a way. Come on, you be ingenious. You'll figure out. But and even through these people, in a nice way, if somebody calls and says, I'm trying to get a hold of her or whatever, but try to figure out where she went. Or if worse comes to worse, call us back and we'll put the word out on the air, her name and stuff. But look, I just don't think you have an issue yet. And they have a weak case. If it was adjusted in the computer, I know they're a little pissed off. They lost $300, and now they're trying to get it from you. Kathleen, welcome to the show. What's going on, Kathleen?
Good morning, Tom and Mike.
Hey, what's happening? It's Mark. Mark, what's going on, though?
Mark, did I say Mike? Okay, sorry. Well, I called a few weeks ago and talked to you about TurboTax with my kids not being... Remember that?
Yes, I do. Hold on. I want to come. Do you have a follow-up on it?
I do have a follow-up.
Oh, hang on. I want to hear it.
Imperial. All right, 30 seconds. Simple.
Quality food since 1985. They pride themselves on creating mouthwatering dishes.
Now listen, when I pause in between, it seems to give Shannon a little shake, like I forgot the spot. I'm going to pause on purpose in between. Don't worry about it. I know I have 2 spots. Thanks, man.
Offers many vegetarian and gluten-free menu items and is always adding new seasonal dishes. Come get the best Chinese food in Denver at 431 South Broadway. Call 303-698-2800.
I love dealing with good people, like at the Art of Granite, Mitch Floria. And at Simply Floors, we're talking about Buddy and Karen Mitchell. My referral list is made up of great people. Now, at Simply Floors, it's so easy to do business. You go online, simplyfloorsinc.com, make your appointment. You'll find savings of 20, 30, and 40% on all major floor coverings. Prove it to yourself. simplyfloorsinc.com. They have a showroom at 52nd and Ward, and if you'd like, you can make an appointment after you have your other appointment. So call them, 303-456-4660 or simplyfloorsinc.com. And it's just as easy with theartofgranite.com and Mitch Floria. You call him and can get a price on the phone. That's because he charges wholesale on granite. He tears out and hauls away free and does the bathroom free. So the only he's quoting is his fabrication and installation. So you can get a price on the phone. Theartofgranite.com. Quality countertops of any material you want, including the popular quartz. 303-386-5919.
Hi, I'm Bob Logan, President and owner of Homeline Services. I am excited to announce the opening of our second office to help us better serve our clients in Boulder, Longmont, and North Denver. If you've always wanted to work with Homeline and you live in these areas, let's talk. We need plumbers.
GoDaddy, thank you for your order. What the fuck is going on? Oh, it must be Mike, because it was our SSL. I want to know how he got around two-party verification.
He's probably on it.
Yeah, but how did he get it? I got the text.
I don't know. They probably text more than you. I might have got the text too, for all I know. I don't know.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I'm going to call Mikey.
Well, somehow we got it.
Well, guess what? I want to know if it is him.
It is him, because I told him to buy an SSL this morning.
Mikey.
Custom loans, you actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado, so you can feel confident you're buying the right property.
Simmer down.
With the best possible loan program. American Financing, they are really in it for you. They're your one-step.
Mike Tom here. Hey, out of curiosity, not a big deal. I noticed you got the SSL. from GoDaddy. But here's what I want to ask. I got that verification, the two-party verification on my text, the code, and I never gave it to you. How did you get by that?
I went into my account part because they changed up where you buy the install certificate. So I was trying to get into the account profile, but it wanted me to verify the two-party, and I've got another place to buy it. So.
Okay, so what do I do then? Can I make more than one number get texted verification, or does it only allow one?
Yeah, it's only going to allow one. It's one of those deals that, if I hadn't found something pretty quick, I would just text you to get it.
Yo, from now on, whenever I get one of those and it's not me, I'll just send it to you no matter what, and then it will know. But anyway, thanks, Mikey.
I think probably because you were Mark, I'm probably the only one.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll see you. Bye.
It's the only way the healthcare system can truly be changed to achieve the best medical outcomes for your loved ones. Politicians can try, but you and I can really change healthcare by simply taking control of our own healthcare. Let's start simple. I want you to visit thehealthapp.com so you can get the information that could save your life. Visit thehealthapp.com. That's thehealthapp.com.
The story's called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare.
See, this guy's going. This guy's right.
What, Mark? What?
Okay, so.
You need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck.
I don't.
What? What's going on here?
Well, when you donate money, right?
Yes.
So when you donate money and you do your taxes, what do? Do you actually send Eric every sheet from everywhere, or do you say $12,000?
No, I list them individually.
Yeah, but do you send any paperwork?
No.
Okay. No one fucking does, but this guy's saying his tax preparer wants paperwork. I'm like, find a new tax preparer. I mean, what do you want me to tell you?
Call my office now. I guarantee if we can't cancel the timeshare, you'll pay nothing.
Were you lied to?
Did you know you can donate up to what?
Get the facts about timeshare cancellation. Call Wesley now for free information.
What can you write off on donations? Up to what?
2% of your wait, over 2% to take it, right? Of your adjusted gross. What? I have no idea.
You can donate up to your income.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, this is an extraordinary deal. You must work through. What's her name?
Suzanne. Just make sure they know that's the only one.
I know, but they're going to go today. So, Suzanne who?
Dumont. Let me give you your number right now.
Classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. RealCBDThatWorks.com. I say that because I love those products, Panacea Life Sciences. Get 30% off. Why would you not take this? It helps with systemic inflammation. It helps with anxiety. It makes you feel good. And it also helps with pain. RealCBDThatWorks.com. It's a wonder supplement. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Get 30% off. You ought to try it. RealCBDThatWorks.com. 30% off using Tom and the promo code. Okay, now, we're talking about this stimulus thing. When Kathleen was doing her taxes, there was a place. Yeah, explain what the snafu was before the follow-up. Tell us, you were on TurboTax, and what was the snafu?
Well, I had 2 kids that weren't eligible. I had a 17-year-old who was in school and a 19-year-old who wasn't working.
Right.
And didn't do taxes, so they were not eligible for that stimulus money.
And how did that
yes or no?
How did that? It was a yes or no. So why was that a problem when you were doing your taxes on TurboTax?
Well, I just didn't want to be dishonest. Getting money for them if they didn't, qualify for it.
So wasn't there a place to just answer no?
There was, but then it gave you the $1,800 from the 2 last stimulus checks. Because they didn't get it.
Oh, they asked if they had gotten it. And if you put no, they would add it back in again. That's so weird. Yes. And there was no place to say no because they didn't qualify, or no, they missed it. So what happened then?
Well, today they got the $1,800 deposited into their checking accounts.
Sweet.
So, Mark, go have your son do his taxes so he can get the money that his owed to him, I guess.
The ironic part is
it?
He'll
But
get his
technically it's not owed, right?
I mean, it was given to them. No, it's not owed. No, it's just stimulus money, and they got it. They got the $1,800 plus the other money that was coming to them for their taxes.
Is it an anomaly in the system?
I have no idea. They approved it right away and sent it to them.
So, Kathleen, I mean, I wonder, do they expect you? Do they expect you to call and say he's not, or do they expect him to call to say we're not entitled to it?
I have no idea, but you know what I did?
Maybe they are entitled to it.
I took the money out of both of their checking accounts and put it in a separate account just in case something happens, because $1,800 to a kid is a lot of money. You know, it is amazing to me. It is amazing to me. They got the 12 and the 6 because they hadn't gotten it before, but there was nowhere on the form to say, did you get it? Yes. Did you get it? No, they weren't qualified. Did you get it? No, it's missing.
If they're listed as dependents, I mean, there's a problem with that software, because if they're listed as dependents, they shouldn't have got that amount regardless.
Yeah, actually, at 17, you cannot. Only 16 and under can be a dependent. You can claim them. I mean, you can claim them
for the stimulus money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people are out there right now and saying, "I'm going to go get it for my kids now. I'm going to use that software."
Well, as long as they have a W-2 and they have a job, you know, it'll probably kick it to them. But
so, what do you plan to do with it now? What do you plan to do with it now?
Well, I'm going, like I said, I put it in a separate account, and I'm just going to keep it. And if it comes back that we have to pay it back, we have the money. But if not, I'll give it to them, because what am I going to do?
And it's not like you're trying to cheat. And you tried to call, nobody's listening. Listen, the government is so mismanaged when it comes to the stimulus money. I wonder how many people cheated and made up kids. I wonder. 303-713-TALK. Emily, what's going on with you? Hello, Emily.
I am having a problem getting my Xfinity bill. It's gone paperless, and when I try to access my account, it says as a secondary user, you cannot access restricted areas. And I'm thinking that they still have my husband on there, who's been deceased for 10 years.
But is the only issue that you think your husband's on there?
Because why else would they list me as a secondary user?
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Didn't get rid of him.
And so as a secondary user, or a designee, as they call them in some, you're not allowed to go and change that.
No, and even though I've been paying the bills since 10 years.
That's easy with a phone call, don't you think? They could probably...
I don't know who to call. That's my problem.
Their customer service.
Customer service for who? Comcast or Xfinity?
Okay, they're both the same, and what they have is a number, and on that it says if you're having trouble, it gives you a menu, and one of them is login problems or website use. Suzanne, can you get her a number? So, yeah, it's easy, Emily. By the way, they are pretty good at customer service at Xfinity. I think if you hang on the line, it's a pain in the ass. It takes a while, but you have to do it online. And all you're going to tell them is you have a login, but you're listed as a secondary user, and you want to be the primary user. It's easy. I mean, but the reason they put it that way is so people can have people on their account. But yet that person cannot do administrative changes.
What was it for? I'm so sorry.
It's just her Comcast. Her husband was the primary. She was secondary. He died. And so now she can't get into the administrative tools to change her to the administrator.
I think that's send me your information. I'll send it out to our expert. They'll figure it out.
Okay. Suzanne, we have an angel there. Is that who he's talking about, our expert? Okay. We'll get it taken care of. Pamela, your turn. I'm Tom Martino. Hey, welcome. What's going on?
Hi. I was wondering if you could help me out on a problem that we had with a contractor. We had some hail damage on our log home, and it took a while for us to get an estimate. And then when we did, we were about 6 months out from when...
Where's your log cabin?
It's up in Pine,
in
Colorado.
Pine. And did you guys build it?
No, we didn't. We bought it when it was 5 years old.
Yeah? And so what issue are you having with the roof? Was it a storm?
Oh, no, actually, well, we had to have the roof repaired because of the hail damage, but it was to the actual logs. We had hail damage to the logs.
What is the remedy to that? What is the remedy to that? Is that, what?
What you actually have to do, because we have refinished our log home, is that you have to media blast the logs, and then in doing so, it probably damages the chinking, which is the media that's in between the logs.
Gosh!
And then you have to have that replaced, and then on top of that, then you have to go in.
But you don't replace the logs themselves.
No, but you can't buy. State Farm just, excuse me, but that's our
I don't
insurance.
care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the first adjuster came out and just wanted to redo or restain and sand down certain logs that had been damaged, but because a whole side would then not look whole, if that makes sense, all the same.
Okay.
That we were working with contractors that came in, and the original...
what is... I don't get the issue right now we can help with, and trust me, we want to. So it sounds like you're trying to repair everything, and
we did have it repaired, but what happened is we found a contractor finally, and he was working with the adjuster.
Okay.
And so,
and what happened?
The bid came in at like $40,000, and then it was an ongoing bid because there was the deck and the handrails that needed to be done. Well, the portion that they attempted to do, so we started this in June of 2019.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to take 5 weeks.
But I don't hear the problem yet. Where was the actual problem?
We paid $40,000. Well, we paid half of the amount, the $25,000. We got him out here. He said it would take 5 weeks. We're 5 weeks in, and they haven't even gotten 40% of the logs sanded.
So you have more of a problem with the contractor than the insurance.
Most definitely. The insurance was great.
Okay, who is the contractor?
It's called Aspen Commercial Group, LLC.
How did you find them?
Because it was a log home, I went to went up to a local hardware store. They do a lot of contract work. They gave me a list.
How much have you paid this guy?
We ended up paying $20,500 to half of it to get this job started.
Yeah.
And then
that's too bad. That's too bad. So right now,
we're in $28,500.
If you summarize it right now, you're in $28,500.
Mm-hmm.
The work is progressing slowly.
The work never got done, and we fired them.
Oh my God, Pam! Hold on, Pam. That is a whole different ballgame. You fired them. It's over. When you said it never got done, were they thinking it was complete and it wasn't, or were they still working slowly?
5 months later for a 5.
No, I'm asking in their mind.
No, it never got done. It never got done.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking this: that in their mind, did they complete it? I'm not asking if you agree, or would they agree they did not complete it?
They would agree they did not complete it.
And they're going to say, of course, you did not give them the chance, right?
I don't know if that's correct.
Are they going to say, we dilly-dallied so long, she had good reason to fire us, and we owe her money? Is that what they're going to say?
I would oppose, yes, I would think so, because...
I don't think so. Hold on. All right, just hold on. We'll come back to you. You see, predicting the other side is the most important weapon.
About 1 minute to O'Brien and Colorado Banker.
On at 2, 6:30, KHOW, Denver.
I missed that. In what context did he say it?
That earlier right southbound I-25 north of Council Pines has cleared all lanes are back open and traffic flow back up to speed. Looks like they cleared out that right southbound Highway 85.
David Bottom. Jennifer.
And he says it's snafu. It was a snafu. All right, let me ask. Hang on. He has spots, doesn't he? What does snafu mean? What?
Snafu is kind of like a mistake, a mess up.
That's what I shit. You're right, it is. It's
10 seconds.
Situation normal, all effed up.
All right, here you go.
I hope you never have to live in pain. But if you are living in pain, you don't have
to accept it. If you get into pain, there is a place to call, 303-GOT-PAIN. I can't stress this enough. Please tell your friends or your neighbors or relatives who are suffering from pain that this group of local doctors at ColoradoPainCare.com have dedicated themselves to the most advanced evidence-based treatments, including a far superior physical therapy and some of the therapy you can do on your own. 303-GOT-PAIN. You know, we talk about real estate so much that Bradley O'Brien has become like a friend to me. I can just call him up. He's on speed dial. Why? Because real estate issues, most of them could be prevented, and people don't do it. So I'm telling you now so you can prevent it. Get Brad O'Brien or his team to review your documents, whether residential or commercial, on any real estate deal. Or call with an issue first before it gets out of hand, like property lines, fence issues, easements, adverse possession, liens, whatever it is. Brad O'Brien, and that's O'BrienLegalServices.com, OLSLaw.com. That's OLSLaw.com. Find out about Brad, and don't ever forego a real estate attorney. It's just a few $100 compared to hundreds of thousands at risk. 720-370-7388. 720-370-7388.
In what context did you mean snafu? Did you know that's an acronym for situation normal, all fucked up?
Yeah.
But in what, the guy wanted to know what you meant in when you were talking about the stimulus check. You said that's just a snafu.
Well, what I meant was, is it something that just the government overlooked, that question, the way it's posed, allows people...
A malfunction,
it allows... Yeah, and that's what that means. And a fluke is actually really weird. A fluke is a mistake that's beneficial. But it's not beneficial to the government. It's beneficial to her. It's
that was a fluke?
I found a fluke, yeah. Okay. And really, man...
The guy didn't want to come on the air. He was just like, what did Tom mean by that?
Yeah, well, it's because I think it's a loophole, as some people would put it, right? I mean, we have found a way to get free money.
That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
This is Brent Iverson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash out on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by FORA, NMLS 136756 for routine conditions. Call 844-45-ID.
What's the worst part of needing bladder control products? Carrying them around the store? That they're bulky and weak? Running out when you need them most? All of the above? You deserve better. Get Because. Get Because, and you'll feel like you're in control. Because Protect underwear feels like real underwear. They're so thin and comfortable, you'll be shocked to see they're 15% more absorbent than store brands.
You son of a fucking bitch.
Bladder control products right to your door in discreet, plain packaging every month. Get Because, and the Fit Finder guarantees your underwear, pads, and guards fit right and won't leak. Get Because, and you'll save money. Because is trusted by more than 100,000 customers. And right now, the first 100 listeners who hear this commercial and sign up at getbecause.com/free will get a free trial pack. Supplies are limited. Don't miss out. That's a free trial pack for the first 100 listeners who sign up right now at getbecause.com/free. Getbecause.com/free.
Are you suffering from leg pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs? 1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The doctors at United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today. That's 1-800-NEW-LEGS. United Vein Centers, America's top vein care center.
Warning.
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. New Velomax nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and a new 7 milligram strength. You've got freedom. They're tobacco leaf free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere. More flavors, more strengths, more freedom. You've got Velomax. Available at a convenience store near you or visit Velo.com. Nicotine products. Unrated, so prohibited. Website restricted to age 21 plus nicotine consumed.
You're back, and here you go.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. Genesis Total Exteriors is available for all of your interior and exterior work. He does excellent stucco and siding and roofing and gutters and painting and decks. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Don't take chances on home improvements. All right, so what's happening here? We have Pamela talking about her log cabin, and every call we get can be a lesson for everyone in different areas. So we always try to highlight that. And I also want to remind you, I have lines open if you have to get through at 303-713-TALK.
What was
Call right now if you need help on anything. 303-713-TALK. Not just straight money stuff, but anything to do with consumer dealings or neighborhood issues or whatever. Mark?
What was the catastrophe that happened to the log
Hail damage.
Got it.
Pamela, so this hail damage, I never realized a log cabin could be so severely damaged. I thought you just maybe sandblast the imperfections out of it and it's done, but you said a whole bunch of stuff has to be done. You had a contract signed. It was for a lot of money, around $40,000, and these people were progressing so slowly, you fired them. But here's what I want to know. When we call them, are they going to say, well, yeah, we had a contract and we were working and she wouldn't let us finish and she fired us? Or would they agree with you? Yeah, we were going too slowly. It was our fault, and we probably owe her money.
Well, they would say that the latter of the two, mainly because...
Good. So
yeah,
how much are they? When are they going to pay you if they think they owe you money?
Well, he since then dissolved his LLC, and we had been sued by the second crew that he fired.
Because they weren't paid.
Because they weren't paid, and we went to court with that, and they have tried to serve.
Well, what happened at court?
The judge pretty much, he ruled in our favor because we did not have a contract with the subcontractor. We didn't even really have any information.
You normally don't need that you normally don't need that at all for oh my God, I mean that was luck, because to get a lien on your house, they don't need anything.
Well, it wasn't a lien because when they fired them, they put on the back of the check evidently that they would not file a lien. So
it's a lien waiver, but they usually all of that usually doesn't hold up. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You won. So now, but and now you're out $20,000. You're out $20,000 up front. Or did you get any value at all?
They never finished the first phase, which was to cost $17,000. They did 60% of the work, and that first phase was sanding the house. They never completed sanding the house.
So how much value did you get, and how much do they owe you?
According to estimates, to come back to redo the house because it had sat over the period of time, they have to go back and redo it because the wood deteriorates over.
And so I'm not hearing a number yet, and I asked for that.
Okay, so it would be exactly, I have it written down here.
How much about to finish?
It would be about 17,000. And then they did damage to our windows.
I'm asking. They did 17,000 in value. In other words, what did they do that you don't have to repeat? Did you get any value for the $20,000?
5,000.
Okay, so they owe you about 15,000, or are there more damages?
On top of that, when they did the sanding, they damaged the powder coating and all the frames of the windows.
All right, so basically they did more damage. You have a big problem. You have a big problem. I mean, it's major. It's major because he dissolved. And if you were doing business with that LLC, now they're not allowed to dissolve an LLC with obligations, outstanding obligations. So you can sue him personally for that. But you're going to have to get an attorney. This is way big. If we call this guy, he doesn't care. He dissolved his company. What is this clown's name? That's
actually, Tom, what protects that LLC, or the individual, though, is having that LLC.
Right, that's right.
If she sues him, he's going to say, hey, it's the LLC.
Except if the LLC was not properly formed, operated, or dissolved.
Well, okay, fine, fair enough, but I'm saying that's the whole purpose of it.
That's right. That's exactly right. And people need to know that when they're doing business with an LLC.
He dissolved his company during the time of our contract that he was doing work with us.
He couldn't do that, but you need an attorney that knows that.
We didn't know that. Nobody knew. We didn't know that.
I understand that, but he can't do it. That could be your saving grace to go after him personally. But does he have any money to go after? Does he have anything?
No.
He's a bum.
And what do you mean by dissolved it? What do you mean?
Well, we tried to locate the LLC, and they said that it was no longer in...
I mean, really, when you close up shop, you don't really do anything.
She was trying to answer it. It was no longer what? In good standing? Because that doesn't mean it's dissolved. What did they actually say when you tried to find it?
We just looked online because nobody...
Well, you don't know if it's dissolved or not, Pamela.
Right.
But and once you start a lawsuit, he can't dissolve it.
Well, we never started a lawsuit because it was during the time we didn't even know that, you know, we had a problem like that. We didn't even know that the second... Yeah, and the second crew, we feel sorry for. The first crew he fired.
May I ask, what were you hoping we could do? Because I want to help, but what were you hoping? I'm just trying to fill some expectation here. What?
Right. So with all the loss of money, can we write that off somewhere in our taxes?
Yes, there's a way to do that. Yes, there is. It's a casualty loss based on, but it's I think it's called there is something you can do. Hold on. Maybe, but it has to be against. Let's ask a tax. Let's just ask. Okay, there is a way to take some losses. There is a way. I'd go after this clown though, but we have to know his name. What county does he operate in mainly, or what area?
Well, Denver, Aurora.
What's his name?
His base is. If you look up his information, his name is Marshall Lemoyne.
Marshall. Hey, Suzanne, can you get some stuff on Marshall Lemoyne? Lemoyne. So Lamo what?
Lamoine, and you can Google his Aspen Commercial Group LLC, and it comes up.
But he did business with you under Aspen what?
Aspen Commercial Group.
Okay.
LLC. He shows as the owner and operator.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, the guy sounds like a clown. Do you have a phone number for him? Does he answer?
No.
You don't have a phone?
Pamela, how much is it going to cost you to finish?
What is this phone number?
We ended up doing it ourselves. We had 2 bids at $32,000.
Pam, what is this number?
The number that is listed is... Oh, where is that at?
Well, when you find it, give it to Suzanne. Okay, I thought
she has it in the email.
All right, I want to get his number.
720-400-2549.
But he doesn't answer.
No, and when they tried to serve him, he gives an address, but it's an apartment complex.
The guy sucks. So you already finished it. You're never going to recover these losses. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, but it's good to let people know.
How much out of pocket did you end up coming?
She has that 20 she put down, remember? Then what
total? How much?
28 is what we...
Oh, wait, you had some... That's right, you had some from insurance. So
how much was the total out of pocket?
That's...
well, we're still not finished with the project.
But what we're asking is this, Pam. This is important. With
insurance,
all insurance money
in... It was all insurance money.
Were you able to finish with insurance money without coming out of pocket?
No, because we had to. Yeah, no.
How much out of pocket?
She's not going to say, Mark. What we're getting at is this: you had losses. You had to fix them. You had to put in insurance money. Were you short? Where you had to put money in, personal money. Were you short?
Yeah, we'll probably be out 20.
Okay.
But
in addition,
the whole project is
that's what they took. So do this. Do one thing for us. I want you to call Matt, and Suzanne will give you his number.
Now, this is our insurance adjuster. We'll tell you why coming up. It might be too late.
Tell your smart device to play 630.
Paid on? Lack of use, 10% overhead and profit. I guarantee she's got at least another 5 or 6 in there. No doubt she's got 5 or 6.
This sucks.
Wasn't it a secondary home?
Just do me one favor. It's not a big deal. Just when when I ask a question, she's starting to answer. Don't ask another question right away. It just makes no sense. What we need to figure out is what do you do? What do you do? Nothing. What do you do?
Well, most likely nothing, but hopefully Matt can get her 5 or 10 grand. Then we did a lot.
Good. That's a good point.
Was it a secondary house?
I'll find out.
Was it a mountain house? You know what I mean? Well, not a mountain.
Above in Denver and 33. Before impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
New to the what?
All right, 10 seconds, my sake. Recommend heavy medics.
A 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves, like a taste single spicy chicken sandwich, nuts, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
Hydration therapy, IV therapy, is one of the most common wellness therapies right now at hospitals and urgent care, and you can have it at home. You don't have to go to a hydration bar. Please get that message. The same price, and it's at your home. IV, like the Myers cocktails, for trauma, dehydration, vitamin deficiencies, migraines, or any kind of mixture. They have all kinds of supplements and all kinds of treatments, including NAD, which is a rejuvenation therapy. It'll knock your socks off. RockyMountainIVMedics.com. Call or text for immediate appointments, 720-987-2155, 720-987-2155. All right, MileHighEstatePlanning.com is my website that I rely on for estate planning. It's very important that your estate plan be kept up to date. Blake Harris, attorney at law, has given me so many tips and strategies. In addition to what he does, he also gives you other strategies and protections. Like, he knows how to protect your Bitcoins. Yes, that is not as easy as you think. In addition, of course, he does the wills and the trust and the medical directives and the powers of attorney, beneficiaries' deeds. He can help you avoid probate. Now, what if someone just died and you need immediate help? You can also call him. 833-ASK-BLAKE. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
You know that dealing with workers' comp insurance can be tedious and costly, but High Insurance is changing that, and founder John Swigert is here with me to tell us how. At High, we saw the small business need a better way to handle their workers' comp coverage. We built High Insurance from the ground up.
We make getting workers' comp a no-brainer with simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews say it all. That's right. High Insurance is rated excellent on Trustpilot by our customers. They tell us we're fast, affordable, and easy to work with. Thanks, John. Bottom line here is that if you run a small business, you can say goodbye to expensive, complicated workers' comp and discover the next generation of small insurance. Why not see if Pi can save you up to 30%? Ask your agent for Pi, or check your rate today at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Michael Brown here. I want to take a minute to talk to you about something that has changed my life. Blue Sky CBD. You've heard me talk about the relief it's given me with hip pain after rolling, and you've heard how much the Pepto formula has helped our pet. But what you might not know is that Dr. Eric Warniger out of Boulder serves as the Director of Research and Development for the Dr. Madison Graves and Castle Rock, and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively.
Hey, Matt. Hey, if you have a secondary house, like a vacation house, for example, maybe a cabin, a wood cabin up in the mountains, okay? Do you generally, on your insurance policy, is it pretty much like a homeowner's where you get the 10% overhead and profit? You can get, if it burns down or something, they'll give you time when you're not in there. I mean, what does it typically have?
BlueSky-CBD.com.
I need Susan's number.
bluesky-cbd.com.
Okay.
Finding great candidates.
You just got to look at the policy,
Well,
right?
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/work.
Yeah, but this one wasn't burned down. It was actually hail damage. Right? It was 40 grand in hail damage that they know of.
And actively invites them to apply to
you
your
think
job.
they missed a lot of shit? I mean, 40 grand.
So while other companies might deliver a lot.
Where was that house? Do you remember? Ask her real quick. What town?
The needle in the haystack.
I'll find out for you.
Like 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate.
I don't know. Just thinking maybe
the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free.
All right, let me see where it is. I'm going to have her call you no matter what.
All
right.
That's ZipRecruiter.com.
I don't care about tomorrow, but it's snowing tomorrow. You're gonna bring your car, and
I'm not bringing my car.
I don't know how we would work out a car situation. That's all. Because I can't drive.
I'd probably have Mike pick me up here then in his new truck.
Okay, and then is this the gal?
No.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure you called her Lisa. And so, but I left a message for this one, so this is nothing.
No, that's an adjuster, but I already have her info. You can throw that out.
Okay, so let me know, because I'll definitely be making my own plans, and I want to make those soon.
Do you have a number for her or not?
For who?
Susan, the salesperson.
Susan Ryman?
No, Hyundai.
Oh, yeah. I'll email it.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Get your calls in, please, and we can help you now. Charles has a comment on this log cabin deal. Basically, she had a hailstorm, okay? She got a settlement. She paid 20 grand up front, got little or nothing in return. In fact, she got more damage. Now, with the rest of the proceeds and her money, she's going to be out of pocket approximately 20 grand. Now, I'm not sure if that's all their fault. Pamela, I trust you're telling me that's 20 grand to bring it back to the way it was, not adding stuff. Charles, what is your comment?
Okay, my comment is I have a 97-year-old original log cabin that 11 years ago we had totally restored the cabin, and then last year we had hail damage and called back the company again. And they did an absolutely beautiful job. I totally recommend them and have recommended them to other people. I would be happy to give you their name and phone number.
You know what? It would be good. It would be good for our records if you hold on. Suzanne will take that. Right now, though, Pamela, the out of pocket is about 20 grand. Mark suggested you call Matt. What he was talking about is a public adjuster, and he's on a referral list, Paragon Services. And what they do is take a look at your insurance claim, even though it's in the past. You can reopen it if they did not treat you fairly. I just want to tell you something. It's nothing personal. I know you like your insurance, but about 90% of the cases of damage of any kind with insurance, they're not going to pay you the real amount of what's due. They adjust. That's why they have adjusters, to adjust it. They don't adjust it up, they adjust it down. So, Pamela, it would cost you nothing to have a good public adjuster look at this.
For example, did you have loss of use? Did you get paid loss of use?
No, because we lived in the home. Well, we live. This is our home.
Okay, it's not a secondary.
Now, next question. Where is it?
It's in Pine Junction.
How far away from Denver?
An hour.
I'm not sure. Can Matt get out there?
If he already has something close to there, it'll be no issue. So give him a call. Suzanne will give you the number.
Yeah,
we have other public adjusters too on the site, but Matt is good up in the mountains.
That's the only last ditch effort that we know of. Everything was done wrong. People, I don't know how you choose to give 20 grand to a person who has absolutely no background, no references. I mean, help me out here, Pamela.
He did have background. He did have references.
Okay, how many references? Hold on, Pamela. How many references?
Well, I saw 2 of log homes. That's why we thought
Did you call? Wait. Okay. Did you call them?
No.
Okay, so there are no references. 0 references, you did it. You saw 2 people's names on a paper. You know, that's the thing. People never check. They never check out people. That's why we have referralist.com to help you. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Mike. She saw 2 people's names on a paper.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Ideal Home Loans can help, and here's the great news. Thanks to record low interest rates, your buying power is stronger than ever. Ideal Home Loans can walk you through the whole process and make it fast, simple, and easy. Talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists today at 303-867-7000. Be sure to ask about our 3-week closing guarantee, where we will underwrite and approve your loan ahead of time so that you can go out in this competitive market and make an offer that's like making an offer with cash. Gone are the days of getting caught up in the bidding war. At Ideal Loans, you don't have to. And if you need help with a real estate agent, we can refer you to one that we trust who can walk you through the whole process. Call today at 303-867-7000, or you can apply online, idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender, regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW
ABC News, I'm Will Reed. Federal regulators say Johnson & Johnson's coronavirus vaccine meets the requirements for emergency use authorization. More from ABC's Aaron Katersky.
You know, if Trump was in office, that would have been already done a while back, man.
Severe COVID-19, even among the variants. In clinical trials, there were no deaths among recipients. The FDA will hold a hearing Friday and said there were no safety concerns that would prevent emergency use authorization.
The House, you know, people are being fired. They're not telling them how.
This Friday,
People,
what
Trump
will be
supporters.
included is still being
What do you
heard out. Bruce Springsteen has pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge of consuming alcohol in a closed area and fined $540.
What does that mean?
Federal prosecutors could not sustain
Drinking alcohol in a closed area. I sent you the phone number, but I put Susan Ryman. That is the phone number from Suzanne. Thank you. Did you get it?
Well, yeah, I will. Thank you.
But I put Susan Ryman. Because I was thinking of Susan Ryman.
I really appreciate
Oh, shit, I forgot.
This is ABC News. The Supreme
Yeah, that's a smoking deal on that little fucking thing, man. Oh, you know, the new ones are 21?
I know, they're totally great. Her name was
The
Suzanne.
case centers around Arthur Lang, who was pulled over just before he entered his garage. SCOTUS blog reports the officer stopped Lang's garage door from shutting, and while inside says he smelled alcohol on Lang, who was arrested for a DUI. Lang's lawyers argued that the officer violated his Fourth Amendment rights by entering his garage without a warrant and saying any evidence from there should be thrown out. Lower courts have said that the officer was in pursuit of Lang prior to him entering his garage. Mark Remillard, ABC News. It's the next generation Postal Service delivery truck. Safety features include cameras for a 360-degree view, a collision avoidance system with visual and audio warnings, and automatic braking. And it can be fitted to run on electricity. They're expected to be on the road in 2023. Will Reed, ABC News.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents Doug.
Okay, class, let's buck it up tonight.
Come on, Lima, keep pedaling. We gotta build our endurance to let more people know that Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. We only pay for what you need.
Pick up the Pittsburgh legs.
Hey, don't talk to Lima like that.
I'm not, I'm talking to you.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Most people know that Mr. Clean Magic Eraser removes crayon and scuff marks from walls, but did you know it even cleans tough kitchen and bathroom messes that are sometimes tough to tackle? Just wet, squeeze, and erase gray soap scum on your bathtub.
Okay. Yeah, so, this is what we're going to do. We're going to hold you we would like to hold you a couple hours at a time. Okay, and then Tom will just sort of weave you in and out of the show until we can get you back in studio, mister. For now, and then you text me if any issues or blow my cell phone up if there's any issues with the connection. or if you've got to go, just text me and let me know, and I will be checking in now and then. You know how crazy it gets in here. Oh my gosh, it was wonderful. Mark and the kids are so good to me. We had a nice dinner and, nice thoughtful gifts. It was really sweet. So it was just fun. Oh, thank you, Frank. Thank you. You hang on a minute. Let me tell Tommy you're on. Troubleshooter Show. What is your first name? I just want to be sure I heard you right. Yvonne, E is in Edward. Yvonne, did I hear you right? Okay. Levon. And hi, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Well, you've called our radio show. That's how we help everybody, is to talk to Tom. Do you need help with something? What's your issue you're having, Levon? But did you ever collect unemployment? Did you ever and they're saying you got more unemployment than you actually did? Then you should have. Okay, I'm going to help you out with this. If you access to email where you can email me some information, can you email me? Okay, let me give you my email first. It's help@troubleshooter.com. I have an angel there. I can send your information over to him to figure out how to best help you. But in this email, I need you to put in the subject unemployment matter or unemployment issue, and then just make it as simple, because I'm going to copy and paste what you write me. Just make it as simple as possible, the description of the issue. If there's a claim ID number or something I can reference, plus the name they have on file for you and your phone number in that email, I will get that over to my angel and see how he can help us. Name they have on file for you. Yes. And then also just a short description of the issue that you need help with. Okay? Yes. My name is Suzanne. The email only comes to me. My name is Suzanne. Okay, now Levon, it'll take me. I probably won't get the information over to him until tomorrow. But
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Did you hear that? One Clear Choice Garage Doors for all of your garage door needs. And I mean that. Right now, if you have a broken spring, you'll never get that door open. And so, One Clear Choice will be there 24/7. But they also do regular openers and doors. I've had them do at least 6 doors for me, at least that many openers or more. One Clear Choice. And here's what it is. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices are fully disclosed right there. You can take that stuff to the bank when I talk about good companies. And if you disagree, please call. You know, everything on this show is transparent. We do recommendations. We do going after bad guys. We do good stuff. We recommend products and services. We solve problems. I want to bring, speaking of that, going after bad guys, this Marshall Lemoyne sounds like a clown. I mean, you know, when are people going to be stopped from doing this? He takes $20,000 and does hardly any work and walks away. $20,000. Aspen Commercial Group, LLC. You people out there, and I say out there, I mean like out of it, You hire people and pay them cash without any kinds of checks. You don't check people out. Well, I've done that for you at referralist.com, but even then, I want you to compare and contrast. Please protect yourself. Protect yourself. And if you have any questions right now, if you're embarking on a deal right now, no matter how safe and secure you think it is, please call us. Let's talk. Do you realize this is a show that gives free services, free information, and we have experts to back it up? We have excellent experts in almost every field. So if you just want to chew the cud and talk a little, call us, 303-713-TALK. Mike, you have a timeshare issue, is that? What's going on, Mike?
Well, can I start just in general?
Yes, you can.
All right, so just in general, how is it that timeshares can be set up such that you basically can't get out of them? I don't think there's any other real estate deal or anything that's set up like that.
I can explain that.
In other words,
I can explain it. Let's just do that.
Okay.
First of all, really, it's not that you can't get out of them. Here's what it is. You sign, and I'm really glad you asked this. We haven't gone over this in a while. You sign a basic agreement to own this timeshare. You either make payments or you pay it cash. Now, that's the ownership part. And what you're owning is that condo for a certain time. That's either designated or floated. Now, in addition to that, you also sign with the HOA or developer or association, whatever the entity, doesn't matter, you sign to also, listen to what I said, also take responsibility for maintenance and common area. Two separate agreements. One is to own it. One is to maintain and common areas and the properties. So, where they're making their money is in, well, they make their money both places, but mainly in the maintenance and upkeep. Because if you multiply it out, like if you have 50, for example, if you had each owner with a week, 52 weeks, each owner 52 times the maintenance fee for that one unit, and there's 500 units, you just do the math. So here's where you get stuck. You're not obligated to keep it. You can sell it anytime you want. You can give it away. But the other agreement, the one where you are on it, where you're responsible for maintenance and upkeep, listen to repairs and maintenance. Here's where they get you. Even though you are allowed to assign those away with ownership of the condo, let's say you give it away and somebody signs on to take over the maintenance and repairs. Where people get stuck is in what's called recourse. So even though the new owner has agreed to pay those things, let's say they find out this whole timeshare is a hoax and it's financial herpes, they want out, so they give it away, or they walk away from it. When they walk away from that, then you still are responsible for the maintenance and the upkeep part. You may not own it anymore, but you are still on the hook for maintenance and repairs. So they go back to you. Even if you gave it away and they gave it away and they sold it and they sold it and they sold it and they sold it, you could have a letter 10 years later saying, guess what? They went belly up. You owe for, now you have to start paying again. Because you never get out of recourse except one way. Well, not one way, two ways. One way is with an agreement from the original developer or HOA or whatever entity is holding the maintenance and repair agreement to let you out and accept someone new. Okay? That's what, but they almost never do that because there's no upside to them doing that. There's no upside. And here's the other thing. You can also go to a timeshare company that guarantees to get you out of them. Now, very few of them are legit or do a good job, but some of them do. We have the Finn Law Group, and he has a system. You see, nowadays, condo developers, timeshare developers are used to this. When they get a call from an exit company, they figure, okay, and they give them a number. I mean, it's not a big lawsuit anymore. The Finn Law Group, for example, probably has a reputation, and he knows enough people, he can call them and negotiate a deal. It's all different depending on how much you signed up for, and he negotiates a deal, and then he presents it to you. And you decide if you want to pay it to get out or not. Did you want to add to that, Mark?
Finn Law, interestingly enough, was more of a real estate attorney for a long time, but some of these exit companies are the same scumbags that actually sold the places to begin with.
I know.
It's like they got you coming in, then they bend you over going out.
That's right. Some of the and when he means the same people, he means exactly the same people. So you know, I just can't even imagine people still buy a timeshare. I mean, it's beyond me how they would buy one.
You forget, you get a free buffet and a night stay.
That's right. And here's the other thing, Mike. Here's another thing, okay?
Yeah.
Even in a bankruptcy, I want to explain something. You do not get it. Now, death gets you out of it. And don't believe those ads from the timeshare companies that say, oh, you strap your heirs. You don't. All they have to do is let it go. No, there is no such thing. They're not going to encumber somebody who inherits. Now, it is true, if they put in a claim with the estate for money, that money has to be paid before assets can be distributed, just like any debt of an estate. But I've never heard of timeshare companies putting claims into estates yet. What else? I wanted to say something about the bankruptcy. Let's say that you've accumulated maintenance fees and all that in a bankruptcy, okay? If they do not foreclose on it, you still, what happens is the penalties and stuff and those accumulated fees go away up to that date. But right after the bankruptcy, they continue. So bankruptcy does not get you out of it.
But hold on, a big but there. Gigi Wink has been on before and said she has never seen one actually continue after there. Although, like you just said, technically they can.
Right. She said that they've been successful in getting people out of it, but it's out of it up to that point. And again, if they start accumulating again, they can come after you. I mean, it's not legally out. She said something about a chapter. Well, no, I don't know about that. Yes, go ahead.
Do you think the HOAs on these have the ability to put a super lien on, like an HOA in your neighborhood?
Yep, they do. A super lien meaning that, but since they are both the HOA and the lender, usually in this case, that they're the same team, but they can put a super lien on it, which means it goes ahead of everything else. You know, Mike, are you in a timeshare?
Well, actually, I'm calling for my daughter. And
when did she get involved?
September of 2017. And can I just explain a little something?
You can right after this. I want to hear the story. I really do. I'm Tom Martino. Get your call in 303-713-TALK.
I like a bed that's
Fuller Law, 30 seconds.
Softer than that. Rest easy. With the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed, you can both adjust your comfort with your Sleep Number setting.
Can it really help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet.
Okay, but can it help keep us asleep? It senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you effortlessly comfortable. Sleep Number, proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss the final days. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus special financing on all smart beds. Ends Monday.
Did you find more? You didn't find a picture of bridges, right?
Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See standard details.
John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. That means he helps people recover losses, pain and suffering, medical bills, and all of that after an accident. But here is the most important part. To figure out if you want to hire him or not, he's willing to give you free legal advice when you're injured. If you're in an accident, call him. He'll talk to you. He won't charge you. And there's no obligation, I promise. He will give you quality information and explore the case. If you decide to hire him, only then would you pay, but that's only if he collects. It's called contingency. Fuller Law, look for him at referrals.com or call with questions. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. Suzanne, can you try to get this Marshall Lemoyne?
If you're a small business, you're probably looking for ways to stretch your companies.
However you do that.
Saving up to 30% on workers' comp insurance can mean more now than ever. That's why you owe it to yourself to check out your rates for Pi Insurance. With Pi, it's easy to find out if you're leaving money on the table.
Lemoyne's. You know who that is, don't you?
How much time do I? No, I don't. How much time do I have?
4 minutes.
Marcus Lemoyne's.
Oh, you found him? It's Marshall.
I don't know, but you know who Marcus is.
Who is it?
He's a billionaire that owns,
oh, really?
What's the huge camping world.
Oh, how did you know that?
He does a cool show I watch all the time, where he goes in to helps businesses and buys them.
He does that?
Yeah.
Look, but the other guy did that too. I like him. Who's that other guy? The bald guy. He's really good.
The bald guy.
At MSNBC or something. Mark, he always does. He's the best at
This
that.
guy's called the Prophet.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, he ain't bald. The bald guy. What's his name though? Marcus Lemoyne's.
I don't. The guy that I watch, The Prophet, he's great, but he's not bald. Look at him.
Electricians and HVAC technicians who know how to deliver excellent customer service. Plumline offers great pay and excellent benefits, like health insurance for the entire family. Do yourself and your family a favor. Check us out at plumlineservices.com.
Michael Brown here. I want to take a minute to talk to you about
All right, I guess he's kind of bald.
CBD. You've heard me talk about the relief it's given me with hip pain after rolling, and you've heard how much the pet love formula has helped our pet. But what you might not know is that Dr. Eric Dorninger out of Boulder serves as the Director of Research and Development, or that Dr. Adam Graves in Castle Rock and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively. The reason behind this is their products are created using the highest quality CBD in the country. They guarantee potency and purity, and their formulas are created using international research to ensure that you get the dosage you need to find the relief you deserve. You'd be amazed at the reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. Use promo code KHOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed. bluesky-cbd.com. Promo code KHOW for 30% off.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Angel, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding driving. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum relief.
This is Brent Iverson from Ideal Home Loans, and we all spent time at home during 2020.
What was the lawsuit about? In a nutshell, what was the lawsuit about?
We can have you tapping in your equity to do so, and believe it or not, you can borrow at the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Take advantage of tapping into your home's equity and let your home fund your remodeling project rather than
They paid out to your friend. Uber canceled after court.
Same time. Ideal Home Loans can help, and you don't have to start over a new loan when you refinance.
Okay. You think it's due to retaliation. Got it, Angel. Hang tight for me, man. Hang on. Try the minute, Aunt. Shoot.
From the Exergent Temporal Scanner Thermometer Weather Center.
We got snow on the way for this evening's commute. After a quiet morning, we're going to see clouds on the increase, snow developing after 3. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So,
you're on in 10, but Tom's talking with you there.
Dave's single spicy chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation.
Here's the one. And she said, "Oh, Tom, his expressions." Look. Yeah, so what's going on in your life and how can we help you? That's what I want to ask. So let's get right to the phones. Timeshares suck. There is nothing good about a timeshare. No one can justify it. And in fact, when I hear people talking about it, it's sad. Now, Mike wants to give his story, and we will do it. And then by coincidence, we have Frank Duran, the real estate man, on to weigh in on some real estate issues that we have. Mike,
Yes.
How did your daughter get involved?
It's pretty stupid. They were in Las Vegas, had a few drinks, got sucked into this presentation, like Mark said, where, you get a free drink or something, who knows.
And it was September.
So they signed up. Pardon me?
September 2017?
August of 2017, yeah.
Okay, August, okay.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, quite a while ago. But since then, or right after that, I should say, they went back and tried to cancel, and they said no, they couldn't cancel.
Of course. Why would they?
Yeah, so since then, they've not made any payments. They've never used it.
Right.
They've never contacted them, and they keep getting bills, but just keep ignoring them. So,
okay. So they've never actually taken action against them?
Not yet.
What does it do? What is it doing to their actual credit?
Oh, well, I mean, it's probably... I don't know for certain, but I'd imagine it's not very good.
Well, we don't know. Did it show up on their credit?
I'd have to ask. I don't know. I'm not sure. So
very interesting, this timeshare deal. It is the how people do it. It just it's beyond me. And instead of the industry getting smaller, you have big legit hotel chains now getting in it. And all it's almost, when you go to Hawaii, it's a pain in the ass. You got to dodge them like carnival barkers. You do.
Right.
They walk up and, give you some hand lotion or a drink, and you say, okay, it's crazy.
So Suzanne and I did one in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, years ago. We got 500 cash.
No, they didn't buy it.
We didn't buy anything.
He went to this presentation.
We sat there for probably, they say it's going to be an hour. You have to stay at least 90 minutes to get your 500. So we were there about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I got my $500, but she would never...
It was actually 500.
It was 500 real U.S. dollars. She, at that point, said she'd never do one again. Even though we got $250 an hour in our 20s, it totally rattled her forever.
Oh, man, and they make you feel guilty for not doing it.
Or you're like a bum at the end. Oh, you just wanted the gift. Well, hell yeah.
Yeah. So, Mike, if right now they're not making any noises, God, and it's been 5 years or 4 years, I don't know what to do. But do they own a home?
No.
Yeah.
They own basically nothing.
The timeshare, I've always said, financial herpes. That's a great description. It is financial herpes. I'm sorry. So I don't know what I would do right now. Maybe because there's nothing you can do. You can't get out of it unless you pay thousands of dollars to the FinLaw Group.
Yeah. Is that FINN?
Yeah, it's on the referral. It's go to referralist.com. You'll find them.
Yeah, great guy.
Tammy and Jay, you got a comment or question? Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to talk about what happened with my parents.
Okay.
So they owned a timeshare with a nationally known brand.
Who? What's the brand?
Getting to the Wyndham.
Got it.
Sure, you're familiar with Wyndham?
Yep.
Talked to their attorney about getting out of it. He advised them to just quit paying on it.
What
So
attorney? Your parents' attorney?
Their personal attorney, correct.
Okay, got it.
Somebody, they thought that he could help with it
Right.
because,
Got it.
all groups can help. So this goes on and on. Well, my dad ended up passing away. My mom got to the point where she's on one income now. She can't afford this at all. She's not using it.
But she's never paid on it, right? She's never paid on it. They stopped paying.
No, she was they were paying on it, but they were advised to stop paying.
And did they stop?
After my mom passed away.
Yeah.
It held our estate up in the probate.
Mm-hmm. That's
for
right.
4.5 years.
Now, how did you? Because now
they
if they
took all the back.
Yep, they can do that.
Back owed maintenance.
Yep.
Fees, late fees. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Normally they don't do that, normally they don't do that. But they actually got into probate, and they made a claim. And how much did they actually get?
Thousands of dollars.
Oh my God! You know why? Because the estate had assets.
So while it's holding everything up in a probate, every time the maintenance comes due, they're taking it out, and they're monthly.
Yeah, that's right.
So
But once it's
eventually, after
settled,
me and my
but once it's settled, it doesn't go to the heirs. It's done.
oh yes, I have it still.
Hold on.
So me and my
Jay,
siblings fought over who was going to take it because I was the executive.
Jay, I will not allow you to give out inaccurate information, so let me qualify what you are saying. There is no law at all that requires you to take the obligation. Now listen carefully. While the estate is being settled, you have pluses and minuses. If the minuses are legit bills and debts, you must use the pluses to sell to pay them off. There is not one bill that goes beyond the estate settlement date. Once it is settled, no one has to take it. No one has to keep paying. Please don't tell our people that. It's not true.
Well, that's what happened. I mean,
no, it happened. It happened because
they
someone
told us that it would.
Okay, Jay, listen, man.
They told us it would hold everything up into probate until somebody took ownership of the deed.
Guess what?
That's exactly what happened.
Guess what? You had a moron for an attorney because no one has to take the deed. No one. It is an absolute lie and it's a sham. All you had to do was pay everything to that date of death. That's it. No one, absolutely no one, can go after the dead or their heirs. And what they meant by holding it up is this, that if you took ownership, it would be immediate because you would be then the owner and they'd have somebody to collect from. If you left it in the estate, you had to sell enough stuff to pay for it. That is what happens. So I'm not going...
Yeah, but the maintenance fees never ended. They just kept coming and coming and coming.
Okay,
so
that's
so you
because
just keep selling everything in the estate. Or you
listen,
take ownership.
Jay, again, wrong information, and I'm only doing this to help others. I don't allow inaccurate information. It's dead wrong. When they died...
Well, I know what happened to me.
When they died, well, it happened to you because your attorney was a moron and you allowed it to happen. You did not have to take it. Now, you said they continued. They do not continue. They stop at the date of death. Then what you do is settle it. And once settled, they do not continue against a dead person. What happened was you were tricked into taking the condo, which meant the maintenance fees then continued against you. That is what went on. Trust me, Jay, there is no entity on earth that goes beyond the grave. It just doesn't happen. So I am sorry this happened to you. Did you ever get out of it?
No, I'm still stuck with it. Still paying maintenance.
Oh, my God.
We should get Finn on if he's around.
You know what? We don't even have to get Mile High Estate Planning. It just, I cannot believe that your attorney did such a disservice to you. Your estate attorney actually said someone has to take it.
Or it would continue to bleed the estate dry. That is correct.
Oh, that is so sad. It is so. I would sue that attorney, by the way. If you have, do you have his recommendation? How long ago was this?
This was in the past 3 years.
And you're still paying on it. I cannot believe you actually signed for responsibility. Do you understand what you did to yourself? How much is it right now?
Yeah, I stuck my. I'm a platinum. My parents were platinum owners with Wyndham. I have over 1 million points.
How much?
I'm paying around $700 a month in maintenance fees.
All right. Jay, I swear to God, you go on the wall of morons. I am so sorry. I am so sorry that you were tricked into doing that. That is the biggest scam I have ever heard perpetrated on anyone. Oh, my God, did you get taken? Your attorney is an idiot. And I would, you see, I know what happened. And what he said did not happen. That's his perception. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
Did he hang up?
Denver's fix it and become the banker.
So he's in Florida, but he operates everywhere. I don't think we've ever had a complaint on that guy. It's been on the list for 4 or 5 years now. And it might be worth calling them, Mike. Sure, you call anytime and best to your daughter. I hope that they get this figured out. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Troubleshooter Show, please hold.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Peter, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Okay, I haven't seen it yet. So hang on a minute. Did you watch? Oh my God.
All right, here you go. 10 seconds.
But it was a bad movie.
Chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary. Limited time only.
If you have a problem in your home, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, Fix It 24/7 is there to help. Now, I know the owners, and they tell me they pledge 100% satisfaction. And we take them at their word. You can call them for $39 to get a licensed, insured, background checked tech to your home, and they will analyze the problem no matter how long it takes and present you with options. You decide if you want to do it or not. And if you take one of the options, they credit the $39. If not, that's all you pay is $39. They do that exactly, or you call me, and they are great people. 720-526-3939. 720-526-3939. FixMyHome.com. How about a guaranteed investment in a wild world? Become the Banker is one of them. Yes, guaranteed, and I can say it because it's in writing in the contract. 4% plus a 1% dividend, which, by the way, has been being paid for over 100 years. That's a 5% return, safe and secure. You overfund life insurance on purpose, and it builds a cash account. The purpose is to use this cash account through your life instead of credit cards. That's why they say become the Banker. And then also in retirement. Now, speaking of retirement, they have another product, Guaranteed Retirement Pension. To find out about either of them, becomethebanker.org, 303-779-6600.
Children's Hospital Colorado might be traveling already 50%.
Tommy, this line 3, she's on a half-hour lunch break. So can you take her next for me, please? It's a Richmond Homes problem anyway. Maybe Frank can help with it.
I want to. I got to get through this. I just want to explain what I did on this one. Explain.
Okay. Well, they hung up. Just so you know.
The guy. Oh yeah. Because he's a moron. He wants. Why would he hang on? He's paying $700 a month on something you never even needed to take.
Right? It's sad, actually.
Afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public. Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here. I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of so you can live your life the way you want, with the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and that your mouth is healthy. At Barrett's Dental, we want to help you get your life back. I invite you to our office for a free consultation where you can find out for yourself if you are comfortable at Barrett's Dental. We offer total dental solutions, meaning we can handle all of your dental care in one convenient location without referring you all over town. If you feel safe at Barrett's Dental, it's the last place you'll need to visit to get the care you need. Is the condition of your mouth causing you to live a life of quiet desperation? Call me. I'll take over.
I'm forcing myself to drink water right now.
A safe place to take care of.
Can you? I gotta just kill this real quick.
kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, have a word with Future Right at Sunrise. Hi, I'm Tom Chikini. You know, my dad started making that Legends radio when I was
A while back. In fact, it was.
He's taught me all my working life.
Actually, we're back up now, but I think it was almost 2.
And this is Dan Chikini. Tom's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price.
You want good service and timeliness of
Time to be paid for the referrals.
You want to feel comfortable, and you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objectives. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh
Give me 30 seconds. I'm not sure.
Or a warmth and fine on place of windows, call us. You have our word, we'll put you right at number.
You pissed that guy off pretty good there, man.
800-362.
For him to tell people that's the way it is, I could never let people into the world. I wonder how they tricked him, though. Do you think it was the actual attorney? And why do you think they had an attorney? That's the one thing. Did he say? Yeah. That's surprised. I didn't want to say it. They okey-doked him or his brother or whoever. They didn't. It wasn't an attorney.
Corporations direct access to our brains. At what point are we no longer just consumers? At what point do we become their product?
Listen to Tomorrow's Monsters on.
All right, guys, you're back in.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
By the way, I verified everything with my attorney, and I want to say something. That guy was hoodwinked. Basically, here's what happened. His parents died. There was a timeshare in the estate from Wyndham Resorts. There was an accumulated maintenance fee, I think, because he said they put a claim on the estate. Now, he said someone was forced to take ownership, and he had to do it, so now he's paying $700 a month. That's not true. No one can force you to take ownership of anything in an estate. No one. What I think happened is there was money to be doled out or property to be divided. But this was a glaring claim against the estate. Not ongoing maintenance. That stops at the day of death. There is no obligation in death. So, they are paying a maintenance fee or not. A bill is accumulated at the date of death. All they had to do was pay that bill, and they're done. It's done. He said, no, the maintenance kept going. Well, it might keep going, but they can't bill your dad. He's dead. And they can't bill the estate once the estate is settled. It's over. Otherwise, everybody in the world would make claims against an estate and keep it alive. It does not happen. So, his attorney gave him bad advice. You have to take it over. Or he said, you notice he said he didn't legally have to take it over. He said I had to take it over or the account or the estate would go on forever. Well, that's wrong. All they had to do was settle the debt. And you know, that's just the way it is. So don't ever listen to that guy and don't ever believe you have to take a timeshare over for your parents ever or any estate ever. Now, there was obviously money in the estate and the timeshare people wanted to be paid the accumulated debt for sure. They can put in a claim, just like a credit card can put in a claim. If there are assets, you must first pay bills before you distribute assets. I think they had a complicated picture, and they did not want to liquidate. Therefore, someone had to agree to take it on. That's what I think happened. Now, Monica has a very short time. I need to take her. She's at lunch. Monica, how can we help you? If we can, I hope.
Thank you. So, this is my case. I bought a house in Richmond, in East Point, in Commerce City.
Okay. A Richmond home in Commerce City. What's the problem?
Oh, the problem is a lot of problems in this house. We have a lot of cracks around the windows.
When did you close on the house?
On March 24th, 2020.
Okay. So, do you have a warranty?
I have a warranty, and the warranty guys has been here whole year, fixing.
I understand.
One stuff here.
So tell me the major problem that made you call. Yeah, it sounds like you have a major problem that they are not addressing. What would that be?
One of them is the airflow around the house.
What does that mean?
So basically the ducts, the air ducts.
Yeah.
How to say, one of them are blocked between walls, between floors.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have air, so these past days we were below.
Yeah, but there are ways to fix that. I mean, your ductwork is blocked. They can clean those out or fix them. I mean, it's so. I'm just going to put that down. Ductwork as one of the problems. What are the other major problems? I want to deal with the major issues right now. Ductwork and what else?
Well, one of those the majors is the plan. The original plan from the house.
The plan
is not matching with my house. Basically,
well, that is a hell of a thing to complain about after you moved in, Monica. You're saying the plan does not match the house. What do you mean?
What I mean is basically, for example, I have a lot of problems really with the airflow. So, and the airflow is not matching with the original plan.
Monica,
she's saying the mechanical, she's saying the mechanical plans aren't what it says on the blueprints of the house.
Wait, is that what you're saying? You're not talking about your floor plan.
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about.
You're talking about. Are you talking to someone there that can talk to me directly? Because that would be easier. I thought I heard you whispering. But because here's why. In order to help you, I need to know the issue. Are you saying that it was basically built wrong when it comes to the HVAC system? It's just wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying no way, the way it is built, could deliver proper heating and air?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes.
So who told you that?
Well, we have the warranty guys that are coming here and fix there and fix.
And did one of them tell you this?
Actually, it's maybe whole year.
Monica, listen. Monica, here, before we even get into this, I don't want to waste time. I want to help you. So what we really need, you need someone to actually do what's called a heat loss calculation or a heat load calculation to see. Now, I'm not going to try to get someone there who wants to sell you a whole new system. I want someone who can look at your home and see how it is deficient. I doubt it is, and I'll tell you why. Richmond might be many things, but they're not stupid when it comes to heat loss calcs. They know how to size a heater for a home. And I think what we're going to find, and I want you to remember what I'm telling you, is a lack of return air that is easily remedied. But first, I would like an expert to go out there and take an unbiased look at your home to see if the furnace and ductwork and placement of registers are proper. Not perfect, proper. Because you're making a major claim. You're making a claim that the entire HVAC plan was wrong for that home and needs to be redone. And Monica, that is going to be a major claim. They're not going to just rip out your whole heating system and put in a new one. They're not going to do it. But with a lawsuit they would, but it will never pay. What we need to do is find out really what is going on. And let's say it's a lack of return air, or you simply need a few registers added, or something else. That would be a lot easier than trying to make them rebuild the whole system. Now, what I need to do is find someone who can come out there and look at it. Commerce City. Commerce City. So hold on, and we'll figure out someone who can size up the entire area.
Tell your smart device to play on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
You know, not just a regular. What?
Over 2,000 devices.
We need to like. I don't want to send out a normal company.
How about Terry? Doesn't he do those?
Well, the only reason I won't send him is because he'll find everything wrong with everything. That's true. I mean, no, he really will, and it would be impossible.
Who does just that?
That's what I'm trying to think. I want
We had a company that did, I thought, just that. How about that insulation lady that knows everything in the world about it?
Yeah, but they have to know about heat loss, and they have to know about the system and the placement of registers, and especially return air.
I mean, you're talking almost a mechanical engineer.
Yeah, exactly, for heat loss. But you're right, and I wanted to but in a company you can find right people, but the problem is they start looking at what they would do, and I don't want what they would do.
They want to know what the builder should have done.
Maybe Tony Akers, I don't know.
He'd be a plumber guy.
Oh, okay, hold on. We'll figure it out.
2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
I want to recommend a chiropractic office, a clinic, Bright Light Chiropractic, and I'm doing it for 2 reasons. If you are a fan of chiropractic, you will love their directed adjustments that are non-jarring and specifically targeted to precise movements to get maximum results. Now, you'll know that if you're a chiropractic patient. If not, you will love how gentle they are, yet effective. For anything from back pain, neck pain, headaches, and sciatica, brightlightdenver.com, University and County Line, $49 for a complete workup and exam with imaging, 720-583-4506, brightlightdenver.com. Countertops. So many people are doing countertops. The easiest way to do it, the Art of Granite. You call and you get a price. Tell them what you have in mind. Maybe take a picture. Because he sells the materials at wholesale, he tears out and hauls away everything free. And by the way, that's not an automatic thing a lot of people take for granted. That's a big deal. Also, he will sell you materials at wholesale. TheArtofGranite.com. Get your price on the phone, 303-386-5919.
Warning. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. The new Max nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and the new 7-milligram strength. You've got freedom.
Also, these people are so busy.
What are we going to ask on the Richmond home?
I got to figure it out.
Are you going back to her? Okay.
We're just going to figure out.
Who do we know that does a shitload of commercial? Do you know anybody? You know, here's what I meant. New home construction. Fuck! Who were those guys I used to love over by the Peoria store? They had, all they did was commercial. All they did was new builds, furnaces, and that's all they did.
Yeah, but what they...
But you know,
they were huge.
I don't know if they'd be able to help us out with that.
They don't have their contractors come, come in and design. That contractors come in and do whatever's on the plan.
Oh, yeah, they just lay it out.
So...
But they'd be able to know, this company I'm talking about, she's right, though. You understand the bond. You know what?
Police is still on.
What's his company?
He was an architect or designer or something. Tony Pelusi.
You know how much of, listen to this, man. A furnace in a new home with ductwork is. Remember, we're talking a brand new built home. About $2,100. It's money.
Not one of our HVAC guys? They can't do it?
Not really. Especially not a service tech. And no, actually, I don't think any of them are qualified to talk about the system. Sizing. I mean, they replace, but they don't design from scratch.
Annually, just by medical errors.
Shit.
10 times more than the number of
It would be one of our...
And millions are seriously injured every year by medical errors.
Maybe we put the one out on the air.
Even someone, I'll tell you, someone like a Genesis who's done big additions work, but not him personally, but he'll know someone. In other words, we're looking for someone who can look at a space and figure out where vents need to go, what size it needs to be.
And it can also say, here's how you fix it without tearing everything.
Well, yeah, but once they figure out.
What about putting it out on the air? See if one of our listeners do that.
No, because every HVAC guy is going to think they can do it. We need a mechanical engineer.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too. Even from your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone.
Well, for a cursory look.
You can do
Oh,
Optima Tax Relief.
The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful
Okay,
IRA
people who
tax
do
program called the Fresh
blower
Start
door
Initiative.
tests,
Their clients
I know
and
Todd did
qualifiers
that,
saving
but
thousands, even tens.
There was a lady, that's who I was talking about. I thought that lady that knows everything about insulation, I thought they came in and did all those blower doors and everything. Yeah, but she lives far away. No, she's like in Broomfield or something.
I will say that Todd Terry is pretty knowledgeable, but
You can trust. Call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460.
I mean, I can have 888 go out there, but I don't. I have a feeling we're going to get the same thing that we get from anybody.
Can I harass you to talk to Frank? He's been holding.
Who do we have that does a lot of commercial? Or new builds. I always say commercial, I mean new builds. Do you know anybody that bids on new builds? No. I only know that one company.
All right, Tom, you're back on about
I guarantee they're so slammed it ain't gonna matter. They don't do any retail. I mean, for them to make money, they're knocking out like 300 homes in a month. Walking in, just, that's it, air conditioned, furnace gone.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank, I'm going to come back to you, but I just wanted to ask you in general. Something did come up in that call that sparked something. When people complain, Frank Duran, by the way, is our expert in real estate. He's a broker, and he's very, very, very active, selling more homes in a month than most do in a year. Frank, bottom line, when it comes to square footage, I've had this argument a lot. People say it's represented as a certain square footage, but when they get in the home, they start looking around, measuring, and all of that. Does it matter at that point? If you see a home, and let's say it's advertised as 4,800 square feet or 7,200 square feet or whatever, and you get in the house and you start looking around, can they make a claim that this was misrepresented, or is it too late? Or can a buyer simply say, you saw what you were getting? You know, I mean, how does that work?
Tom, that's a great question. In fact, on the square footage disclosure, it says on there very specifically if exact square footage is a concern, it should be independently verified or independently measured. So the buyer does know that up front, that they should independently take that opportunity to measure themselves.
So if they move in, they see it, they walk it, they move in, then that would be a bad thing. I mean, that would be something they probably can't go back on.
I mean, if there was some negligence somewhere where it was that obvious, possibly, I would think. But on the square footage disclosure, it's pretty cut and dry, Tom, because they get that in the very beginning. It's not like we're deep into the contract. That's actually given to them right as either before we go under contract or right just after we went under contract.
All right. Now, Frank, we're going to talk to you a little more about the actual market. There are a lot of people who are a little nervous right now, wondering if we're in a bubble or going to get in a bubble. Will inflation take off? Will it get much more expensive? All of that will be coming up. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And you can hold that till next hour or not? Do you have
it's on that same subject, though, but we'll hold it.
Okay, good. What is it on, though?
If you're buying a new house and you go into, KB Homes or whatever, and you meet with a salesperson, at that point, do you really need a realtor? I would say yes.
Well, that's a good point. When do you use and when do you not? Let's talk to Peter. He has a comment on a movie I recommended called I Care a Lot, and it's about a scam for guardianship and public trustees of elderly people. Did you watch it, Peter?
Oh, yeah, sure did, Tom. Went home last night. Was excited to watch it with my wife. I said, honey, we're watching a movie tonight together. I heard about it on the radio.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, the first 15 minutes.
Were you pissed off?
The last scene were good, but like I said, everything between that 15-minute mark and the very last scene, I was pulling my hair out saying, are you kidding me?
I know it. You get so pissed off. This woman is excellent at being a bad guy. In fact, she was the same woman in a movie called Gone Girl. And that was
I haven't seen that one.
That was a phenomenal movie about a bad girl who took a guy for everything. But anyway, I appreciate your comment. And you know what's sad, Peter? When I was watching that, I actually recalled cases where this happened. And
well, yeah, I was listening, and I mean, I've got a 88-year-old grandmother, so it's something that opened my eyes. But at the same time, I mean, the movie itself was just horrible. I mean, yeah, she was a bad lady, but I mean, let's be realistic, Tom. A mafia boss not being able to off somebody.
And that mafia boss or that Russian mafia boss, you know what pissed me off about him is in the end he like softened and that bothered me that way. So anyway, people I care a lot is the name of Frank Duran, the real estate man's with us also. Mike, we're going to talk about your timeshare or financial herpes. The lawyer wants some advice on ID theft. That's very important. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter show. I'm Tom Martino, along with Mark Major, Suze Major, and Ants at the board. More coming up.
You know why I do commercials for SimplyFloorsInc.com? Because I personally use them. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Okay, what was that issue you brought up?
Resistant
representation.
They also have the most beautiful. Well, really, what I'm curious about is more of the economics. Like, does the consumer save any money not using a realtor on a new home, on a new build? Like, and I'm not talking a custom home. And then, other than that, do they pay less than other people? In other words, does Frank make less? Does a realtor in general make less if it's a new home build? And I already know the answers to both those. You know what? Most people don't use a realtor.
You know what? Here's what I found. When you go there, they have a co-op built in. So if you say I'm working with someone, they send you here, or they do pay the co-op.
But what happens if they go there, you say, I'm not working with anyone, then you're driving home, you hear our show, and now you want to work with me.
You can't. And in fact, that even works with a showing guy. If you see a sign on a lawn, you go in to look at it. If you go in to look at it and they know it, if you go back and get a real estate person, they won't recognize it. That agency has to be disclosed up front.
You know, the other one that drives me nuts is how new home builders tie the financing. If you want the upgrade on floors and the nice cabinets, you got to use their financing, which of course is always higher than anything.
Oh, yeah, except Hyundai has the incentive, so does G and all those, right?
You're right, same thing. Use our financing, we'll give you some treatment. You're right.
Testifying before the House Oversight Committee, offering an apology for the slowdown in mail delivery. Too many Americans are left waiting for weeks for important deliveries of mail and package. This is unacceptable, and I apologize to those customers who felt the impact of our delay. The Trump appointee came under fire last year ahead of the elections for ushering in changes that slowed down mail deliveries. Today, DeJoy is presenting his 10-year reform.
The Postal Service is literally apologizing.
Remains hospitalized.
Why is Bruce Springsteen getting involved in politics lately?
I have no clue. I don't watch. I don't know. Why were his Springsteen charges dropped? What was he charged with?
What began as a public health.
Or is that a different? That's not how he spells his name.
No, that's him.
That is him? Holy shit, he got old.
Bryce, check your email and look at these folks and tell me if maybe we should try reaching out to them. Just if you'll check your email, I just forwarded it to you. Of course, Tommy never gets my email.
Airflow, actually.
There it is, an Airflow. So look at their report. This is a listener who sent their report. If you see the attached report, Tom, and is this kind of, scroll down, like kind of what they're talking about, we're talking about?
Another retail casualty due to the pandemic. Fry's Electronics says it's closing for good.
We don't need this extensive. I just need someone to eyeball a fucking
chain, mainly on the West.
I mean, if she goes to court or something,
I think she'd have to have this going to court.
Well, yeah, but right now, a good guy can walk in there and figure with BTUs and placement, there's not enough return air.
Is she actually saying, like, in one room she has no air and it's
She's
freezing?
saying they're freaking freezing in this house, is what she said. She's like, please help us.
See, this is good. This guy, who is this guy?
A listener sent this. They had this person or these folks do some report. Airwright Inc. They have no website.
And their agents greater confidence.
If they have a website, but when I click on it, it didn't go anywhere for me. I just wonder about.
But you have to pay. I ran into this.
What can help you buy the home you really want? Rocket can.
How much do you have that report? I'll tell you that's $1,000.
The TV sports reporter.
Rocket.
That's rocketmortgage.com
Yeah,
or call 8338.
And a couple of experts say it was very Realtor sold the house, was Kenny, the buyer was a small operation. She called me. Oh, this is the guy. She called me.
News time, 12:03.
I looked at it and got the balance report.
Oh, you're saying that is him.
It sounds like he is the one that does it.
I can ask him.
Yeah, I mean, look, you want me to email him right now?
Yeah, sure.
I'll just email and say, are you?
Population has received 2 doses of the vaccination. Jefferson County does have the state's largest older adult population in Colorado, with about 60,000 people over the age of 70.
Reporter Chad Hoffman. Denver's English Garden theme park plans to reopen to customers starting May 1st.
Hey, and this is their house, man. They're probably willing to pay some money to figure it out. You know?
Officials say they're adopting strict sanitation protocols and social distancing. Keep guests and employees safe during the upcoming season. More information on the reopening is available on the English Garden's website.
Expert.
I don't read it. I don't think he is the expert.
Last night, they beat the Portland Trail Blazers 111-106 in Denver. That's the latest.
Your number?
Now,
or
Impact Traffic.
If not,
This report is sponsored by Wendy's.
From the Bedford Traffic Center, getting a report of the crash on the ramp from
Yeah, but I don't. The way I read it, that's he knows the expert, but who cares?
It says she called me and I got this from her. I looked at it and got the balance report. She called me, I looked at it and got the balance report. I don't know, that sounds weird to me.
I think, yeah, he got the balance report. He didn't do the balance report.
Well, then who is he? What does he have to do with this?
Aaron Anderson.
I know, but what does he have to do with
a high today of 41, right now a few clouds.
Aaron Anderson is the guy.
Impact Traffic and Weather. I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Maybe, why don't we try to have him on? See if we can get Aaron Anderson on.
And pick 2 faves, like a taped single spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah, his phone number's right there.
Classic chicken
Hey, can you see if you can get that? If you open up that thing you just showed us, that guy's name and phone number's there. See if he'll come on.
This is Kurt Cambier. Visit my website now for your free
and just ask him how much. That's
KurtCambier.com. That's Kurt with a K.
Or can he go out without doing a full report for court and just give us an idea?
That's all I want is an eyeball.
Securities offered through
And then if he needs to do a full report to sue him, well, there you go.
SIPC. Investment advisor.
He just got a job.
Cambridge Investment Research Advisors Inc.
I'd be curious how often it is fucked up.
Centennial Capital Partners are not affiliated.
If you've been hurt in an automobile
You know what's hard to believe? When they're doing track homes, man, it's everything's the same unless if the contractor truly fucks up.
I love this deal. They're going to call it right now.
Everything's the same. Love what
Back about 30 guys.
that little
Oh, hell yeah.
he takes the case. It's only
You're sure the other guy's got decent credit?
Oh, he's together.
Why
He's
should
her
you be
husband.
to suffer? 303-597-45.
Oh,
She left voicemail. Both phone numbers are waiting for a response. So they called her for left voice. She's busy.
okay, that's cool, yeah.
Text the nationwide keyword.
Hey, you found him. Bridges.
You get a confirmation text and info.
Are we pretty sure that's Bridges?
This nationwide contest. That's win to 200-200.
Oh, good. She found him.
This is the
How about the other clown?
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
I'm Tom Martino. Tell you enough how you should get that. That is definitely on a consumer's protection list. SaferNet, it's very simple. You go to safernet.com and download the app. Okay? Now that app is used on your phone, your computer, whatever device you have, and it runs in the background all the time. And it protects you from everything bad. And it encrypts all of your information. It's a private tunnel into the internet with encryption. Nothing bad will get downloaded to your device. And you set parameters for users in your network if you want, like your kids and stuff. You can set all kinds of parameters. Safernet.com. And as I said, you only pay $2 a month for your device. $2 a month. Seriously. In fact, not only that, you get 44 days free to try it if you put Tom in the promo code.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's like...
You always forget the tracking ability of that dashboard. You'll know where your kids are. You can geofence them. You can do everything.
You're right. That is another option, and that's $2 a month on their phone. SaferNet.com. Mike says he has financial herpes, plus we're talking about some other stuff. Mike, you have a timeshare?
No, I have maybe a different kind of herpes.
Oh, what kind?
Well, I had a credit card charge write-off that went to collections, and it dropped off my credit report.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that?
Well, I don't know, what is it, 7 years where it drops off?
No, you're talking about two different things. Dropping off is one thing. Statute of limitations is another. So, with an unpaid debt, it's 6 years from the time it's due, and you can't sue anymore on it. As far as dropping off your credit, there is no law on that. That is whatever... I don't know. I mean, I always thought there was a law. There's not a law.
7 years to drop off. That's generally speaking, yes.
But there's no hard and fast law that I can
with
find.
bankruptcy on a Chapter 7 or 13, there is
10,
hard and fast.
For 10 years.
Yes,
right.
on a 7.
The other debts, I think it's 7 years because of statutes of limitation. But in any case, Mike, this debt that you incurred was how much?
Approximately $13,000. And it dropped off my credit report, but the credit agency is still after me. I don't know. You say there's no time limit on that?
Well, hold on. What I'm saying is, when was that debt due and payable? When?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. Well, you took out a loan. What is the $13,000? Is it a credit card?
Yes.
Okay. And that credit card was due and payable every month, right? But it's really due and payable the first time you charge it. So due and payable means you didn't pay it. So when did that happen? How long ago was this debt incurred? Let's start there. Or was it an accumulation of debt on a credit card?
I'm not sure of the time date.
Okay. Do you know when you stopped making payments? Let's do that. When did you stop making payments? That's a safe date. Give me a century.
I'm not sure that either.
Okay. Do you know what year? Tell me a time span, man. I mean, if you can't give me at least that, I can't help you. I really can't, and I want to because
this century.
Okay. So it was literally since 2000. So was it 2010 or later?
Approximately.
Do you think more than 6 years lapsed since the last payment you made?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If 6 years lapsed, they cannot come after you in court for the debt. That doesn't mean they can't collect. Sometimes collectors buy these old debts and they resurrect them and they scare you. And if they can get you to make some payments or a payment or anything, it resurrects it and starts all over again. So if you didn't make any payments at all since 6 years ago or more, then they can't do anything. But they can still report it as a bad debt.
If they got a judgment, did they get a judgment?
That's a different story that I did not bring up, which is good to mention. I said if you stop making payments, they cap 6 years. But if they go and get a judgment within that 6 years, and that judgment sits there, that judgment can have a lifespan way longer. So they didn't get a judgment. So there's no way they can collect this debt. But it keeps showing up where, Mike? Where does it keep showing up?
It doesn't show up on my credit report. It's just they keep harassing me, so to speak.
I see.
Yeah,
do they call you?
Mail.
Do they call you or write you letters?
Maybe both, but they definitely write me in the mail.
Okay, ignore them. There's nothing they can do about it. There's nothing.
They continue this?
Yep.
Can they continue this indefinitely?
Yep, they sure can. If it's true, if you owe the money, they can.
Just tell them to sue you. I'm not going to pay it. Sue me.
They can write to you every single month, every week. They can do whatever. They can't. There's certain laws about calling, but yeah, they can still come after you. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is their right. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I have a question, and Mark brought it up, so I want to go back to it. On a new home, it's a new home. They have a subdivision, a model home. They have people sitting in an office. Do you need a real estate broker or agent?
Well, you know, Tom, we've helped many clients buy new builds, and I'll tell you something. We had one here a little over a year ago. There was a problem with the floors, and had we not been there to counsel our buyers and explain to them the ins and outs of buying a property, they would have had a heck of a problem, Tom. And so what happened at the walkthrough, there was a defect in the floor, and the builder actually was trying to get away with saying, oh, yeah, we'll take care of that, and we made sure they put that in writing. And we wanted a copy right away, and they were very reluctant, but we got them to do it. Well, had we not done that, Tom, here's what happened, though. There was a worse problem after closing. They ended up having to replace those whole floors new because we stayed persistent on them and made sure it got done. And I can give you countless other stories.
But not all real estate brokers go as far as you do either.
I don't know, my friend, but I'll tell you this. I'll say this. I live and breathe this business. I mean, look, even in a couple days, I'll be counseling with one of our real estate attorneys, going through key things in the contract line by line to make sure we're not missing a beat for our clients. So it's those kind of things we know to watch for. I've done this, thank God, 27 years.
Okay, I get it, Frank. What about this, though? Do you actually get them better prices? I would say that's slim, right? I mean, if you're buying a home from a builder, can you negotiate price?
You know, Tom, you can always negotiate, but here's the thing. Inventory right now is on the side of the builder. Supply and demand.
Okay.
Look, if one buyer doesn't want it, they got 15 people lined up behind them that'll take it out from under them. So we have to look at the terms of the contract and look at what's actually be putting in, make sure they put it in writing. So there's other things you can negotiate as well.
Okay, I get it. So there's nothing, of course, nothing wrong with having representation. I would have representation. But what's really important, and we got to bring this up, you cannot go shopping for homes and then all of a sudden find something you like. Once they've seen you in there and talked to you, their people talk to you, you can't come traipsing back with a real estate guy. I think you need to make that disclosure right up front.
Yeah, normally, they're not going to work with the agent if they're not with you on the first visit, Tom. So and we tell our buyers, make sure you bring us with you when you're ready to go out there and shop, and we'll be there with you.
And that's really important. I'm telling you, so many people have said, oh, man, I didn't know that.
Well, wait. How about if they didn't sign a deal with the builder and say, hey, I want representation or I'm not going to buy it?
Okay, if they talked to their people, the builder's people. I've had this happen where the builder says, no, you talk to our people, we're not paying a commission.
All right, then you can say, no, I don't want to buy it.
That's exactly right. And I have seen them say, okay, buy. And as Frank said, in this market, they can do that. Now, in some markets, they won't. They'll say, okay, because they're basically making about 2.8% more by not having a real estate person since they pay the real estate commission, which is built into a deal. Right, Frank? I mean, it's built in. Now,
that's right. And a lot of builders, Tom, I find, are pretty easy, actually, to work with.
Yeah.
They don't really give us a hard time. There are some, though, that'll be real sticklers that way. So it's, I think, important just to be ready up front how to handle it, you know.
Thank you. And we have a comment here from Richmond, about Richmond Homes. Tim heard that. The woman was calling saying her house is cold. She feels like the HVAC may be undersized or not designed properly. What's your comment, Tim?
Yeah, this is Tim, an agent in the Springs on your referral list. Frank stole all of my thunder, and he's absolutely right. All of these problems could have been avoided. Every single one of them could have been avoided. She had an agent straight away because they would have done things like an inspection, and all that would have come out in the wash. So many people go into a new build thinking that they're smart and they can handle this on their own and handle that relationship. There's no sense. They're not paying anything not to have someone with you, an extra set of eyes.
You're right. They don't pay the commission. I would always have representation. There's no reason not to. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Could COVID? 30 seconds, ideal and simply.
You need to worry most about is home title theft. The title documents to our homes are online. The thief finds your home's title and forges your name on a new.
Why did they do away with Rudy? Because of the election thing?
For pennies a day, home title.
What do you mean, do away with them?
Who knows?
Probably.
You're already a victim, and enter radio.
5 seconds, there you go.
HometitleLock.com.
How many floor coverings can you name? Oh my God, there are so many of them, even within the vinyl, luxury vinyl tile, waterproof luxury vinyl tile. You have old-fashioned linoleum and tile linoleum and all kinds of stuff. And then you have hardwood floors, engineered floors, laminates. You have, I mean, it's just a plethora of floors along with carpeting, waterproof carpeting. Here, I have one slogan for you that'll just help you. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Let them represent you. Let them get you the best prices and the best installers. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com. You hear us talking about real estate a lot. In fact, today we are. And one of the things that go along with every real estate deal is a mortgage, or mostly every deal, right? So, Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Let me tell you why I say that. They are local lenders started here in Colorado for Colorado with salary-based loan officers who are not incentivized by slamming you over the head with expensive loans. In fact, they try to get your loan cheaper, and they allow you to do a credit optimization. They help you do it. Like they might say, hey, if you pay that balance down by a few bucks, your credit tier will rise and you'll save this much a month. Really? And not only do they do that, it's done quickly. They do the interest rate guarantee and a whole bunch of other benefits. They are working with you on each and every loan to make it your ideal loan. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. IdealHomeLoans.com.
If you've ever sold a home, you know it's a hassle.
I assume I have a few minutes to run the rest.
What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy and sell a home? Well, go to Orchard.com. Their Move First service helps you buy, then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is list ready. Joe, a recent Orchard client, said, with Orchard we got our new home for $10,000 less and got asking price on our old one. Highly recommend. Kevin, another client, said, we didn't have to carry 2 mortgages, didn't have to rush to move, and most importantly, we beat out 7 other offers for our new home. Go to Orchard.com now, enter your address, and get started with a free valuation. It's that easy. That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
Warning. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. New Velomax nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and the new 7 milligram strength. You've got freedom. They're tobacco leaf free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere. More flavors, more strengths, more freedom. You've got Velomax. Available at a convenience store near you or visit Velo.com. Nicotine products. Underage sale prohibited. Website restricted to age 21 plus nicotine consumers.
If you're in chronic pain, you may have been told you need to live with it or be on pain meds the rest of your life. It's not true. Find out more at ColoradoPainCare.com. Hi, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I want you to find this group of local doctors dedicating themselves to developing a plan just for you. Safe use of meds, physical therapy, nerve procedures, and other evidence-based treatment with proven results. ColoradoPainCare.com. Accepted by most insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. 303-GOT-PAIN.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Todd Chikini. You know, my dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to treat them. And this is Dan Chikini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement window.
Whoever put the next gen definitely found that wrong. That's fucking weird. Because I stopped it and it restarted like it's supposed to happen. So.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending in the iHeart
See?
Presented by College and Math. Tiger Woods is away to respond to that.
Okay, whatever.
Broncos bringing back Lily It's tax season, which could be saving season if you open a college savings account with College Invest. Not only will you be saving for college, you can earn a
Back in about 20.
tax deduction for 2021. Start saving today at collegeinvest.org. It's the Dan Capel Show. Afternoons 4 to 6. Let's have a brutally honest, in-depth conversation about the many different types of major harm caused by legalized marijuana in Colorado and the courageous Democrat state rep who's rising up against that. Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Richard has a question about real estate. Hey, Richard, what's going on? Frank's with us. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a client of Frank. Hi, Tom.
Hi.
Suzanne, Mark Major, all of you.
Yeah,
Frank,
thanks.
we're hearing anecdotally that people are afraid that the lower 50% of income earners are going to be locked out of this housing market. Is that true or not?
Why are you hearing that?
Well,
what are they saying about it?
Because the inventory is so tight and prices going up, 6, 8, 10% a year, that lower income earners are going to be locked out, and I'm one of them.
Well, because houses, I think we're going to have, personally, this is a personal opinion, we're going to have inflation. Low interest rates are helping, but Frank, are you finding a lot of buyers being locked out of the market?
Yeah, Tom, it's tough. I mean, look, we had a listing the other day. We had 32 offers, but only one buyer gets the home. 31 other people, we had to say, sorry, good luck to you. It is tough for buyers right now. And with the inventory and the low interest rates, it's going to be like this, I think, for the foreseeable, at least short term, going into spring and summer.
The other thing I would assume is if you have to come to the table with cash because the house is appraising for less than what someone's willing to pay for it, if you don't have cash, you can't get it.
Wow. All right, wait, Mark, though. There are a lot of people that don't have cash.
That's what I mean. So even if they have good credit, steady job, if they don't have that $20,000 over appraisal plus whatever their down payment is, they can't buy it. Frank, do you run into that?
We run into, not so much, Mark. I tell you, a lot of them do have the cash.
Well, here's what's sad. I am hearing about all those people that have money. You're right, Frank. And I'm hearing about businesses bursting at the seams. And I'm hearing about everything doing great. But for God's sakes, we've been through a pandemic and a lot of people are hurting. And I'm wondering why the media is not highlighting those people. We do have a lot of people in trouble right now. We do. And Richard, I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying that it's going to be impossible to buy a house for so many people. And you know what? You're absolutely right. I don't know what is the answer. Richard, I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. But I think that, home ownership should be within reach, but we can't artificially make it that way. Right?
Well, there is a lot of, for first-time buyers and stuff, no money down. There's a lot of stuff like that.
But, Frank, is the inventory super tight right now?
Oh, yeah. Frank, inventory's tight.
Hi, Richard. It is very tight, and it's good to hear from you, actually. Yes, it is a tight inventory right now. And, I was reading, actually, a report that came out recently where it was saying that the average homeowner tenure rose to an all-time high of 8.33 years in the property. So not a lot of people putting their homes on the market. I don't think that's helping the inventory situation either.
Well, anyway, Richard, I feel for you, man. It's going to be difficult. And again, this is something I believe that should be addressed, but what is the answer? I mean, we cannot artificially keep prices low.
Well, that's not true. A lot of times, like Stapleton or whatever it's called now, in order for developers to go in there, 30-40% of the housing had to be built for low income.
Well, that's good. That's good. Now, Danny has a comment on realtors. Go ahead, Danny.
Hi, Tom. Listen to you all the time. Great show.
Thank you.
I bought a house back in '87. It was brand new, Brandywine subdivision in Broomfield. Matter of fact, I'm still in it. And I had a realtor shop in the neighborhood for me before I got into this new housing development, and it was Mission Viejo. And what they ended up doing is that realtor split the commission with the sales guy at Mission Viejo.
That's good. That, you know, things can be negotiated like that. Yeah, that was a good solution. So you ended up buying. So when you first went to them, you did not mention that you had a broker.
No, what I was doing is shopping in the neighborhood, and the realtor took me around and said, "Hey, this is a nice new development." He said, "Let's look around."
Yeah.
He said, "Look at this house; it looks nice, but look at the backyard. It's the incline is so steep that you would have to do some major mitigation to your backyard. You don't want this house." And then we found a lot.
Yeah.
And I picked the lot, and the house was even built. And then we went ahead and talked to the Mission Viejo sales guy.
But why did you even have to split the commission if you went in with a real estate agent?
Well, I that was not my decision.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought you brought the real estate guy in later. If you bring him in right up front, I don't see why anyone has to split anything. The home builder usually pays a commission, right, Frank? And
that is correct.
And here's the other thing. A lot of people don't know, Frank. Real estate people, when they're selling builders, when they're selling their own inventory, they don't necessarily have licensed real estate people. In fact, most of them aren't. They're just salespeople.
Absolutely.
They're not required to have a real estate license because they are selling inventory. Okay. And owned by by them. 303-713-TALK. Valoy, what's going on with this ID theft situation? Valoy, sorry for the wait, man. Are you there, sir? Yes, sir. What's going on?
I was a recent victim of unemployment fraud.
Oh, a lot of people have gone through that, Valoy, just so you know.
I know. So somebody out there has my information.
Yeah.
Recently, I'm getting texts from Washington Mutual wanting me to review a loan against my home.
Oh, whoa. Wait.
Should have got title lock.
Yeah. No, by the way, he's half kidding. Valoy, you got something from Washington Mutual that says what? What exactly did it say?
WAMU. I don't think they've been around forever.
What does it say?
They want me to review a loan that's in process for their approval.
Was that an email? Was that an email?
Yes.
Okay, I have a feeling, hold on, it could be a scam to get you to click on something. Did you click on it?
I did not. I went and reported it to Littleton Police. They said they couldn't do nothing unless I was financially... They took money out of my account. I don't see that as...
I don't think they've been around since like 2008, man. WAMU had a lot of mortgage problems.
So what does it say exactly? Can you read that email, or you're not near it?
I have it on my phone, but I don't know how to get to that text.
Okay, all right.
What it says is
is it definitely out of business? Because I'm not seeing that right now.
WAMU, man, I think Chase picked up the last bit of their assets, but I think the brand is way gone.
Washington Mutual, it says September 2008, the FDIC took over the bank and sold it to J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, it's gone.
It says the next day, Washington Mutual, the bank's holding company, declared bankruptcy. And, so anyway.
I did that research myself.
Yeah.
I did call Chase, their loan department, and they say they don't have any.
I want to see what that. I want to see the link. I can hit on that link.
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe there's phone numbers and email. I was hoping that you could do.
Yeah. Can you just forward us the email? That's what you do. Forward us the email. Suzanne will give you the email address. I think that's what it is. You see, it's something so outrageous they want to get you to click on it. That's what it is. Okay, 303-713-TALK. More coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around, and you can ask any real estate question or anything you need.
If you missed it...
David Ellis, Frank Duran in a minute.
You know, I gave the sales rep who collects the checks, this is the guy that wants to write a check every week, I gave her your address in Franktown.
Standard data and message rates apply.
That's good.
Nationwide contacts.
You can nix the Duran right there, please.
Now, Impact Traffic.
You mean TSNs.
Sponsored by Wendy's.
Sorry, what's that?
We don't
Tanner
need Frank's
Trumbull's off
there.
highway. Southbound Federal is.
So we just kind of done. Cool. So just David Ellis.
Yeah. We're giving out Frank's
Detours
number
are in
hundreds of
place.
times.
Watch out for wreck east of Boulder on Ivanhoe Road, east of 75th Street. Police are on the scene. Off-way, got an auto pedestrian accident being investigated at Alameda and Grant. Watch out for road work off highway at Santa Fe, Mississippi. And on the highway drive up north, watch out for slow speeds on south side I-25
can I
between
use
120th
spot
and
within there?
Parkway.
I'll get you
31
back to values to one of mine.
Make sure he knows to fire that Frank Durant off.
Clouds
What did you
above
say?
at 36. With your impact
That sure, do whatever you want.
for 6:30,
He will.
K-How.
Remember, the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is
10 seconds. David Ellis, Frank Durant.
ideal, and pick 2 faves, like a Dave single spicy
You will.
chicken sandwich and now a classic chicken sandwich, 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
If you need extra cash on the spot, you don't want to wait, you don't want to take chances, David Ellis Jewelers is buying up old jewelry, old gold, old silver, old watches, even coin collections. Here is the main message: honesty, integrity, and local. He's been around 40 years, David Ellis Jewelers. That means you can take in your stuff and get a check. Don't ever take a chance online or with people you don't know. Please don't do that, especially Craigslist. You can find it at davidellisjewelry.com. Of course, it's best to just stop by 3rd and Clayton in the Cherry Creek North shopping area. And if you have any questions, here's the number: 303-322-8779, 322-8779. David Ellis Jewelers for same-day cash or cash on anything that's old with precious metal. David Ellis Jewelers. If you've had an insurance claim or you come against an insurance claim in the future, you need a public adjuster. I'm telling you, insurance companies, the entire business model is predicated on paying the least they can. So what you need to do is make sure you have a claim and get everything you have rightfully coming. For that, I recommend Claims Pro. One of the public adjusters is Peter Rodolfo. Claims Pro, 833-252-4600. 833-252-4600. Fire, flood, hail, whatever it is, don't let your insurance company screw you. Publicadjuster.pro is the website. Publicadjuster.pro.
Hey, babe, real quick, can you look at your email? I want you to see. This is so weird. I don't have any idea how to fix it. So there, open this up. Go like you're going to pay it. See how it says owed 1,000, right? So if you hit view and pay invoice, this is what they're getting.
Smile without embarrassment, and that your mouth is healthy. At Barrett's Dental, we want to help you get your life
And the amount due on it is right here, which is right. But when you hit that,
find out for yourself if you are comfortable at Barrett's Dental.
it's paid in full. And it won't let him pay.
I gotta look at it in the referral list.
Location.
It doesn't have anything to do with the referral list part.
I mean, I gotta look at it in QuickBooks.
Oh, okay.
Send me the login, I'll look at it.
It's all,
Remember where I'm.
you can't, it's not online. That's not you. That's
Oh, it's
referral
right there.
list. Yeah.
Okay, I'll look at it when we get in there.
So Dean did not give us the number of that guy.
And is Big Bear still coming out to look at our floors?
Yes.
I wonder what's, he was involved, but he doesn't know the name of the guy. He just says it's an airflow expert.
It's on the guy's invoice. I had Suzanne try to call him.
To help us better serve our clients in Boulder,
I didn't look that closely at the
if you've
attachment.
always wanted to work for plumbers and you live in these areas, let's talk. We need plumbers, electricians, and HVAC technicians who know how to deliver excellent customer service. Plumline offers great pay and excellent benefits, like health insurance for the entire family. Do yourself and your family a favor. Check us out at plumlineservices.com.
With all the recent huge changes in our economy, this is a really important time to pay attention to your savings and your savings. Don't waste money, and very importantly, don't turn your head
good
on the ways
fucking
that you
steak
can
dinner
save. For
soon.
example, a mortgage refinance.
4 of us.
Hey,
Oh, you know what? We got the, we still have the,
refinance more than just a lower interest rate. It's
Ruth's Chris card. Let's the 4 of us tell Stephanie and Suzanne to set it up? I don't know, maybe like that.
So you can pay off credit card balances,
Yeah.
personal loans,
I'll
whatever
have
you
them
need.
to work.
You'll typically
exactly.
receive not only a much lower rate, but also reduce the number of monthly payments that you need to focus on. And you know what else? When you choose American Financing, there are never any upfront or hidden fees, never any pressure, no obligation. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, or online at AmericanFinancing.com.
What does that mean? Use Windows Hello.
You know, this is something that's true of many medical issues, but really, really true of vocal issues. And that is, if you don't get them taken care of, there is almost no chance they will get better by themselves.
I'm going to text him again. I thought he'd be back today.
I was a perfect example of this. I didn't
What
even
the fuck
realize
he's got
how
cooking?
serious my problem with my vocal cords
What?
was until I
Would you
met
take a
Dr.
picture
David
of
Opperman
me?
at the Colorado Voice Clinic, and he said, Ross,
Are you trying to say that? Hey, that guy's not completely bald, but yeah, he's a lot balder than I thought. Not you. No, this guy. No.
Yeah, she met the dog? Oh, so that's his name. I never knew his name, actually. What's his name?
He's a prophet. Marcus Lemonis.
He's really good.
Oh, don't you love this show?
I actually think he is good. And I don't know, man. It's just like, I think, God, how did he do that?
Get in touch with
You know,
I
listen to this,
didn't know Camping World was his claim to fame.
No. He bought Camping World like in the last 10 years, man. That's one of many companies. He owns a bunch. I don't mean the little companies. I mean he owns a bunch of big companies.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's on your mind today, and how can we help you? We ask that every single day. 303-713-TALK. Frank Duran is with us, the real estate man. I think we have some real estate questions, but I need to help Valoy here because, wait, he hung up? This guy held for so long, and he has what
was it?
The identity theft with the unemployment. We can give him specifics on this.
We have that expert coming in next week.
Listen, Valoy, if you're listening, yes, Suzanne.
I don't know what he said earlier, but he had that unemployment stuff figured out. Then he started getting text on his phone about somebody trying to get a mortgage on his house.
I know, and that's what we wanted to tell him.
Oh, dear.
I think what I wanted to tell him was send us the email. He said he would forward us. If you're listening, forward the email, okay, to help@troubleshooter.com. It's that easy. Help@troubleshooter.com. Brian has a comment. Brian, your comment is about Eagle, or are you the Brian with Eagle?
Yeah, I'm Eagle.
You are Brian. Go ahead with Eagle. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my comment is, not only do you need a real estate representation representing you, you also should have that agent that should require a pre-drywall on these new homes also, because there's so many issues.
So you're saying that you, as a home inspector, by the way, Eagle Property Inspections, you're saying that you'll actually go out to new homes to do inspections?
On pre-drywall.
Oh man, we're having a problem
too, because are you there?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, you need one prior to the drywall, and then you need a finish inspection.
Have you found major problems?
Yeah, I just got done doing a brand new build that had a rotated structural I-beam.
Wow. That's pretty damn important.
What new builders are usually the worst if you're doing a lot of these? Or any that stick out like Lennar or KBH or whatever?
Which ones do you normally find problems with?
No, it varies from building site to building site, development to development, and because it all comes down to that soup on the job.
Yeah, and you know what?
If he's not paying attention, it becomes a huge issues. And I'm talking broken trusses that are mended by the builders, contractors, which are not allowed. I mean, we find bathroom vents that vent right directly into the attic that never had a vent through the roof. We're finding, this is pre-drywall, crushed vents, little things like missing.
That's important. That's important. Brian, your phone is cutting out again. So listen. Home inspections on new homes. Frank Duran, the real estate man, do you often recommend that?
Yes, we do, Tom. And I think Brian brings up a very good point. I think the buyer should be aware of that, and they should have their own independent inspection.
Now, Frank, I have another real estate question here. Buying a house sight unseen. Now, you know, people listen to this show all over, and they might call you from out of state. They're coming in. They want to buy a house. Have you ever had a client? We've had cases where people bought things sight unseen, and to me, it's just a recipe for disaster. But have you ever handled those?
Oh boy, Tom, if I have, it's been years. Not in the recent, not recently. I could tell you that. And you're right; it's a recipe for disaster for a number of reasons for the buyer, but also the fallout rate of those tends to be higher than if somebody who actually went in to see the property in person.
Also, another question here, Frank. Somebody was talking about how hard it's going to be to get into homes for an average person, and somebody wanted to know: are there any legit rent to own? I have my own opinion, but I wanted to ask you from a real estate point of view, have you seen rent-to-owns that are pretty legit?
Tom, if there are out there, I've never ran across them.
Neither have I. Neither have I. Mark?
Oh, there's so many ways out of them if you look at the contracts, but I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
You've built a couple custom homes in your life.
Yes.
Did you have an inspector come in?
Well, now remember this, okay? And then that's a really good question. I did not go to a company like Richmond and do a custom.
No, I said a custom home.
Right. So, in other words, I bought the lot.
You had an architect. You designed it.
Yeah. So, my architect or designer, I let him serve as my eyes and ears, but I also trusted the contractors. But that's a good question. I did not have a conventional home inspector. What I did was, with each phase, like when we did the foundation, for example, I knew Ken Williams so well at the time. You know, right, Mark, I didn't, I guess, because, you know, I just knew him so well that I let him do it. And then, of course, the architect would look at it to make sure it matched what we were doing.
And then, of course, the engineers have to sign off on electrical, mechanical, so they eyeball it.
Yeah, and again, when people say custom homes, people, there are several ways of doing a custom home. A truly custom home is where you own the lot, you hire a general, and then they hire the rest, or you act as a general, which is a really bad idea. But the idea is that you know everyone is separate on the job. It's not a collection of subcontractors. And then somebody asked me one time, and Frank, I think you've probably seen this too, who's a good builder? And to that I say, there is no such thing as a home builder. If there was a home builder, let's say ABC Homes, and they had an engineering department, an excavation department, a framing department, a drywall department, and all of that, along with a design department, I'd say that's wonderful. But there are none. All a home builder is, all it is a person, company, or entity of some sort that coordinate a bunch of subcontractors. And by the way, they can make one home next to another, and they could have completely different subcontractors. So when you ask, are they a good home builder? Well, they were for this home, but not for this one. Frank, what do you know, when it comes to new construction, is that why you like staying away from it, or do you love new construction? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Tom, I do love new construction, but you know something, what you said is oh so true because it's a case-by-case basis. I've had builders I've worked with had great success for many years, and all of a sudden, one deal, you run into some problems we have to get fixed. So there's just no way to judge us straight across the board. I think they are case-by-case.
But it's funny because home builders are not home builders. They are coordinators. That's what they are. They're coordinators. Just like so many companies, they're not really what they appear to be.
LG.
What about it?
LG doesn't really manufacture anything.
I know.
LG, what they do is send out their specs for a refrigerator, a washer, dryer, a microwave.
And they put their name on it.
To numerous companies, and they label it. It's a perfect example. Now, most car manufacturers, though, most do actually own their employees and build.
You're right. Now, Frank, another question we had. Agency disclosure, as far as when someone is out looking at a home, they have to understand this. When they go to a home and there's a listing there, and they call on that sign, that could create a problem if they're working with a buyer broker, right?
Very much, Tom, and I'll tell you what, we put practice with our team. I always tell them up front when someone calls, make sure they're not working with an agent. If they are, politely advise them, please have your agent call us directly. We're happy to talk to them. So,
but your clients, if they're working with me as a buyer, and as your guy would say, I think Michael, he said, Tom, if you see something you like, take the number down and let me know. Do not call directly. And there's a reason for that, because it's improper, plus you get the best deal working through someone else. And if I called ahead of time, they won't recognize necessarily your agent. So it's important.
It's very important.
Yeah, yes. So agency, you always disclose that up front.
Now, impact traffic.
All right, Mark, it's all.
I have to run to the restroom more than if I drink out of the can alone. I know you think I'm crazy.
In fantastic shape as the Old Tower Drive continues. I-25, I-70 wide open for town. Off highway, that's where the troubles are. Southbound Federal is closed. Yeah, you should. 88th and 84th due to a serious crash. No estimated time of reopening. Detours are in place.
Oh, no, I meant during that traffic. I heard a commercial or something playing.
75th Street as well. Auto pedestrian accident off highway at Alameda and Grant. Another area to avoid. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Well, it's going to be partly sunny ahead of that storm tonight with a high today of 42. Right now, a few clouds above and 36. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner. 630 K-How.
New to the Wendy's 2 for $5 lineup is their classic chicken sandwich. So go grab a 2 for $5 deal and pick 2 faves, like a Dave single spicy chicken sandwich, nugs, and now the classic chicken sandwich. 2 for just $5. Price and participation may vary, limited time only.
888 Heating, I have to really get this through your head, and hopefully you listen to the show, you know what I'm going to say. These guys are so wonderful because they give you all the options. If they come out because your furnace is making noise, they're going to tell you how much to fix it. I don't care if it's 15 years old. They're going to say, hey, it's $300 to fix, or whatever it happens to be. They're not going to simply tell you, you need to buy a new furnace, you need to buy a new air conditioner. These guys will give you the straight skinny every single time. 0 complaints on the referral list, have been on there for years and years and years. If you want a great company to come out and service your AC, even your water heater, believe it or not. They sell water heaters and service water heaters. But on top of that, your air conditioner, of course. And if you do want to buy a new unit and you got a bid from other people, they will match anything out there, apples to apples, and beat it, as a matter of fact. And then on top of that, once again, they'll always give you the options. They have great financing. Right now, you can get into a furnace for $50 a month. All right, here is the deal. 888heating.com. 888heating.com.
Regarding COVID, Tom keeps forgetting to put the people on hold for the effects of COVID.
That's what I was hearing. I was hearing Frank Duran.
It's will close. Yeah.
Thank God it was Frank. He's the only person that's never dropped the F-bomb ever.
Stressful are the IRS. Them coming to a head after last year's delayed filings. But tax bills are not going away. That's why you need to contact my friends Ron and Jack Larson at Larson Tax Relief.
You know what it is? It was the year of COVID. He's used to you doing all that.
Experts are specialists in emergency and long-term.
I'm doing that spot and I hear Frank Duran in the background. I didn't realize it was Frank. I thought it was a news guy.
So you come out of this pandemic in the best possible.
And seriously, guys, they do give you all the options. They're freaking just the straightest shooters.
844 Larson Tax. 844 LARSON Tax. Or LarsonTaxRelief.com.
Individual rates, coverage offered, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. If you're a small business owner, you're probably looking for ways to stretch your dollar these days. So, saving up to 30% on workers' comp insurance could mean more now than ever. That's why you owe it to yourself to check your rate with Honey Insurance. With Honey, it's easy to find out.
Okay. You had Frank on. Huh? You didn't put him on hold. I'm doing the spot, and all of a sudden he's talking to somebody on the other line. I think it's a news guy. I have no idea who it was. No, that's all right. It just had me baffled. I'm like, what the hell is that? I swear I thought it was someone in traffic. She might need to call him back, though, because I reached over, thought I hit hold, I might have dumped him.
30% for your workers' comp insurance. Ask your insurance agent for Pi Insurance or get a quote in 3 minutes at
I need to get this fucking thing done.
That's TRYPIE.com.
Do we get another picture of someone?
Michael Brown here.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a minute to talk to you.
Do you remember the consumer's name with Robert Bridges?
You've heard me talk about the relief it's given me with hip pain after rolling.
Jamar, do you have the pictures of the box and the tile?
Yes.
What you might not know is that
Want me to send them to you?
Yeah. Let me just say, I think I need it. Yeah.
That Dr. Adam Graves in Castle Rock and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively. The reason behind this is their products are created using the highest quality CBD in the country. They guarantee potency and purity, and their formulas are created using international research to ensure that you get the dosage you need to find the relief you deserve. You'd be amazed at the reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. Use promo code KHOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed. bluesky-cbd.com. Promo code KHOW for 30% off. bluesky-cbd.com.
Now look down on the screen. Do you see a little arrow up? Hang on a minute. What do you see on
example? But he did a whole damn album of metal.
Shortage due to rising demand by solar, electric, military, and computers. It's all covered in a new silver report from Swiss America, which explains why silver.
So I got Robert Bridges. I want to show the tile where it was uneven.
Oh, hold on, let me grab it right now.
I wonder where I put it. You know, I am really pissed off that I don't put that shit where I need to. I always put it in, let's see, important follow-ups. And then I usually do social media.
800-289-2646. Get a free copy
social media. Let's see if I have it in there.
Now. 800-289-2646. 800-289-2646.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had it done. Instead, you have this. The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never told stories.
Why are your kids watching passwords?
They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's talk station has your shot to win 1,000.
Back on about 25.
You got 12 chances a day every week.
Mark, you tell Tom we forgot to put Frank on hold.
Okay, all right. Sponsored by Guy Reed.
See if you got that email, dude. I sent it in a weird way. And I'm sending you one more.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm going to give you the expert's report.
Guy Reed Loyalty Program. Stop by a store or go to
I don't think I'll put it. Well,
it's short.
.com to sign up today.
Yeah,
Guy
it's right
Reed,
there.
your neighborhood.
I need a pithy headline. Bridge over troubled water. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Don't forget waterpros.net for the most economical, best quality water filtration, conditioning, and softening. It's all waterpros.net. Frank Duran, the real estate man's our expert today. We've been talking about all kinds of real estate issues. If you have any questions, give us a call. Steve the painter has a comment. I'm sure he's going to comment on the lousy paint jobs because he's a perfectionist. Yeah. He's with Star Quality Painting. Steve, what's happening?
Well, good afternoon.
Hey.
Cheryl and I did new construction for 25 years. And the way it works is the purchasing agent for most of the builders, they are the guys that hire the vendors, painters, contract, electricians, carpet layers, everybody.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works out to where nobody knows each other. You know, the painter doesn't know the drywall.
Right.
Type of thing. And so it gets confusing. But the main guy on the job site is the superintendent. The main superintendent is the guy that runs the show. If he's good, everything goes pretty good.
Okay, that's a good comment. But in general, Steve, how could you stand doing new construction the way you are? Was it new construction track home or new construction custom?
There were those semi-custom, Richmond, Taylor Morrison, Oakwood Homes.
Yeah, but don't they time you guys with a stopwatch?
Yes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Now the way it works. The way it works now.
Yeah.
The builder dictates the price. They tell you what price to be at, and if you're not at that price, don't even bother bidding it.
Because Stephanie says when you were doing some stuff at our house that you were like, she says, my goodness gracious, do they take this care with everyone? And I said, oh, yes, they do. She said, I thought he was working on the Mona Lisa. Really? And, I mean, that's a good thing, by the way. She wasn't complaining.
Well, the one thing we look at is that in order to stay on the job, you give them a good paint job because it's all cosmetic.
Yeah.
So you give them a really good paint job, and they like it, and they're minimal touch-up.
Right.
Minimal,
cool.
That type of thing. The homeowner's happy. Everybody's happy. We move on.
All right. Well, you hear the music. I got to move on. And then coming up, we have some good follow-ups as well. And then please, Lou, hang on, please, to comment on new construction. And then, Nate, I didn't forget about you, about the stimulus. We'll talk about that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom
Martino. Now, remember, you can always reach us at 303-MARTINO 24/7, and then we'll call you back if we're not around, but you can always call that, and referrals.com.
This is Brent Ivinson of Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows, but you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans.
So what exactly? Read it to me exactly, and I'll tell you when to stop in case you go too fast for me.
867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by Dora, NMLS 136756.
Hang on, may be qualified.
If you want to get your business on the radio and you don't need help from a professional, you really need to check out our
Spectacular rate.
Only is extremely affordable, online, customizable.
What is that email?
9 out of 10 Americans every month. It's just so easy. You can even make your radio ad all from your smartphone, wherever you are. Click, listen, upload, and get your ad on air. Get started today at iHeartAdBuilder.com. That's iHeartAdBuilder.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver. Coming up at 5 after. Hey, is that it? .com? Okay, you're saying HTTP. Hey, I know this part. HTTP cat2yellow17henry Victor Ice Paul -9 Tom W N is in Nancy, C is in cat. Oh, perfect. What is the phone number? Okay, that's the first text. Wait, 1-951-4194? No area code? So it's not a phone number. It's that's not a phone number then, right? Nine 951-419-4510. Probably the best that we need is right there. 951-419-4510. Okay, is that the first text? What is the second text?
Right now, we're probably looking at a week, 10 days to get fully recycled copper. Bill Murph went to these hardware stores in suburban Houston. He said PVC is easier to find than copper.
Okay.
As for when his shelf will be
of your Washington, hang on. I'm typing. Washington Mutual Bank FA loan.
Recall will cost Hyundai about $900 million, making it the most expensive recall of an electric vehicle.
And then that's it?
Panera's new flatbread pizzas are here, but to our new chef,
okay, hang on. To see the report, go to.
It's not just sauce, it's market tomato red bell pepper sauce, and it's not just toppings, it's fresh mozzarella, basil, and grape tomatoes.
Okay, Beloy, I'm going to tell you right now, these are just solicitations. No one's trying to get a loan on your home. Let me just double check for you, just to put you at rest. Sure, I think these are just solicitations, sir. And I wished I could help you block those. Yes, these are all just... Let me look at this other number real quick for you, sir. No, I don't blame you, but I don't think this means anybody has a hold of your phone number, sir. I'm not saying, or a hold of your information. I'm not saying that for sure. But just what you are reading me and the different kinds of text I've gotten on my phone, these sound like solicitation scams, actually. So let me tell Tommy real quick. Hang on, yes, Tommy.
Who's that first name for Bridges? Remember that?
Robert Bridges.
No.
The customer.
Yeah.
Joe Blue.
Joe. Good.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
Thrilled that third safe infection vaccine will arrive in Colorado, knowing that having one dose could help end the pandemic more quickly. Lost for more than 40 hours, suffered frostbite while snowshoeing in Boulder County. Jennifer Cornell set out Sunday morning and went off on a trail near Eldora. Rescue crews found her on Monday. Snow could fall in time for rush hour tonight, and Denver could get 1 to 4 inches with those higher totals close to the foothills south of town. One turnover in the game is a record. Nuggets made history and beat Portland last night, 111-106. Avs host Minnesota tonight at Ball Arena. That's the latest. I'm Chuck Clark.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is from Glenwood Springs.
From the Medford Sports Shopping Center, the Highway Drive around the metro area in good shape right now. I-70 and I-25 both wide open. Seeing a little bit of volume flowing on eastbound 270 heading into Commerce City. No problems on any of the highways right now. Off freeway, there is a crash east of Boulder on Arapahoe, just east of 75th Street. That's backing up Arapahoe in both directions. Off 31, pinpoint weather, clouds increasing this afternoon and evening, bringing with them some scattered snow showers moving into the metro area just in time for the...
I don't know if you want to look at what I sent you and just rest assure him.
Okay.
3
to 5 inches of total accumulation possible. It's 42 right now in Denver. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL.
A short drive to Glenwood Springs helps you get away from the crowds, the stress, and the mundane. Slide into soothing hot springs and enjoy winter fun. Find deals and plan your...
Okay, below it. It's bad. Sue said talk to me, Dad. I can't hear you. Kyle customer?
Can you hear me? You said the Kyle customer, right?
Kyle. Oh, yeah.
She thought you were saying Kyle customer.
Joe Plute. I just told him. Okay.
All right, guys, you're back.
Okay, Beloy, hang on a minute. Tommy's going to talk to you. Just give us a minute or two, okay? Thank you.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, and I'm here to
solve your problems. I hope.
713 Talk 713-8255. Don't forget to get an insurance checkup at least every 3 years. I got one mate that saved $4,500 this year. Insurance is never, ever, ever designed to reward loyalty. So CompassInsuranceGroup.com or 303-996-9000. Do periodic insurance checkups free of charge, no obligation. Okay, listen, Lou has a comment on new construction. We've been talking about new construction and why you need home inspectors, and you also need a real estate broker to look at your interests. So, Lou, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, sir.
Okay, so I'm a contractor, almost 40 years, good contractor, never been in court, never had a lien filed against me. So what I'm telling you is, right on. The price generally speaking, of all construction materials that it takes to put a house up, have gone up 300% in the last 2 or 3 months. So, no, if you're in the middle of negotiating, this is just a cautionary tale, and your contractor isn't divulging this to you, by the time you get done with that, you're going to be at least double the cost of the house, labor excluded. So if you're planning a house, I mean, right now, Tom, I don't think a bank will even loan on a house with the material costs they are, because if the house defaults, they'll never be able to sell it for that price
or finish it. So, what is the point? What is the point you're making right now, though, as it regards to our discussion?
Okay, new construction is going to come to a halt for new homes, except for the bigger builders that may have some inventory that they'll still out at what it was. So, used homes will be even more out of reach because they're going to go up in value 20 to 30%.
Okay, well said.
So you're going to the middle class is out of this deal.
That's too bad.
They're not going to be able to afford a home. Just my opinion. Well, I've done this a long time. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I'll tell you this: Democrats won't stand for that, because one of their hallmarks, or one of the hallmarks they like to have, is for the guy, for the middle class, and of course lower class.
That's
as
not
far
true.
as incomes. That's one of their hallmarks.
That's what they pretend to say. It's not true.
Mark,
Sorry.
I just said, Mark, if you listen, just hold on, sir. Sir, please, I just want to clarify something. What I said is, one of the hallmarks, or one of the things they'd like to be known for, is the middle class and lower class. They love battling for that. So I know what you're saying, Mark. You say they just say that, but actually, we could get into that. But really, again, I'm not trying to cheerlead for them, but I do really believe they enter legislation.
Give a man a fish or teach him how to fish.
No, I know. No, there's a difference in absolutely do I agree with how they try to help. No. Most of the time I don't, because as you say, there are so many instances of handouts and redistribution. In the long run, it's not going to help. I understand that. But in their minds, they're helping. Okay? So here's what I'm saying. If it's perceived that home ownership is going to be out of their reach, if it's perceived that way, they're going to do something about it. Whether or not it's good, in their minds, it's going to be something. I'll bet you. Because, Mark, that is what they do. And as far as health care, that is what they do. And the Equality Act, which, by the way, if you read it, there's nothing wrong with that act. It's saying it's extending the equality under discrimination laws to include LBG. And I don't mean to be I don't remember all the letters, but let's just put it this way: it's LBGQT, right, or something.
LGBTQ.
Okay, LBGTQ. And here's the thing: people should not be discriminated against. I don't want to get into all of the ups and downs, and people are saying, "Oh, they're going to be in the restrooms." I don't want to get into that. But on the surface, Democrats have openly been for the underdog, openly, and trying to help in their campaigns. So I think they must address two things right now: the cost of home ownership and this big eviction bubble we're going to face, Mark, because those are their constituents, most of them, and this is going to be a big problem, because what are they going to do about that eviction bubble?
There's going to be a lot, and I mean a lot of rental units. People that only own like one rental unit, they're going to be up on the chopping block, man.
Anyway, I'm going to let finish, Lou. Okay, Lou, we'll shut up now. I just wanted to clarify what I was saying. Go ahead, Lou. Go ahead.
Yes. One last thing, just as an example, you say to me, Lou, I want you to build a new home. I can't tell you what it's going to cost by the time it's finished and when it'll be done, because sourcing this material takes up to 3 weeks to a month for cedar or things like that. who's going to sign a contract like that?
Why is that, though? We understand that, and I even looked it up. It is double, triple for wood. Why is that? Is it purely just in the
supply
logistics?
and demand?
Well, is it supply and demand, or is it COVID logistics?
Well, it's partly COVID. I think some of these factories are working with half, the employees because of the 6-foot rule. But we also have, we had embargoes against Canada, and they're retaliating by not sending us red cedar, Doug fir, things like that. It's all rolled into one, but it's a nightmare.
Okay, so what is your message? Quick.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't even sign a contract with a builder for a solid price because it's not going to happen.
Are you saying right now there's a crisis coming in home ownership?
Absolutely. And it'll make old used homes go up in value. Property will come down because nobody's going to buy property to build a new house on. It's going to change everything.
All right. Thank you very much for the information. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Frank Duran, you look at inventory, you look at buyers, you look at the whole market. Do you have concern?
Well, I think the concern right now, Tom, is for the buyers, but I will say this, too. Back in, 2010, it was not unusual. We'd have over 1,000 distress sales closing per month. And what I'm seeing here, even just reports we get into and those things where even the postponements on foreclosures, at some point they expired. And,
right.
But even so, at that point, I really believe, with everything that happened with Dodd-Frank and the robo-signing, I do believe, Tom, banks have learned their lessons. I'm not saying we couldn't have a crisis, no, but I am saying that I do believe they've learned not to put out too much inventory at one time because they end up hurting themselves in the end, and they learn to meter them.
Okay. Hold on a sec. We got more coming up. We want to talk to Valoy. Valoy was the one who said he is concerned because of unemployment. He was in an unemployment scam. He knows a lot of people were victimized there, but then he got a notice that someone was applying for a loan, and Suzanne sent me the text. And the texts say, Valoy, your Washington Mutual Bank FA loan may be qualified for another low spectacular rate. The other one says, hello, Valoy, we finished the review of your Washington Mutual Bank loan. To help get a report, go here. By the way, nothing in this indicates that someone got a loan for him, that they're waiting for his approval. So, Valoy, you just totally misread this. These are nothing more than solicitations. That's all they are. They come in all shapes and sizes. Somewhere, somehow, maybe that address had a WAMU loan one time or another kind of loan, or maybe it came up in what's called a demographic search. Whatever it is, they send out these things like shotguns, just shells, where they go everywhere. The little BBs go everywhere. And then they simply wait to see if they get leads. They're just general solicitations. I'm really happy you sent them to us because you have nothing to worry about here, man. I mean, seriously, you have nothing to worry about. This is not somebody getting a loan on your house. But, I'm glad that you're concerned. So, did you have any questions?
That's all, Tom. Thanks for all your help.
Valoy, keep a watch. Yeah. I don't think you're in big trouble right now. I think you're doing well. 303-713-8255. Okay, so Nate, what's happening with you? Hello, Nate.
Hi, Tom.
What's going on, man?
So I filed my taxes for 2020.
Yeah.
And so I did it electronically, and one of the questions, so I'll give you my question first.
I think this happened to one of our listeners just on this show we had her on. Go ahead. What was the question?
The question is, I'm getting a refund. Part of that refund is $2,900, which is the stimulus.
Right.
And the reason, and so when I did the tax preparation, it asks you, have you received it yet? And I say no.
Right.
So $2,900 comes.
That's right.
Does a calculation and gives me $2,900 is what I'm owed.
This is where they make up for it if people didn't get it.
I believe that I'm not even eligible to get any of this stimulus.
I know. And here is the quirk. Here's the quirk in the system. Here is the quirk in the system. I don't know how to alleviate it. It asks if you got the check. If you say no, then they send it to you or give you a bigger refund. And here's the problem. there's no place to say, no, I didn't get it because I wasn't qualified. There's just a yes or a no. So I say, screw it. If you do everything honestly and they send you a check, what the hell are you supposed to do? I mean, we had people knocking their heads up against the wall, trying to tell them I'm not eligible.
Was it the same software?
Are you doing TurboTax?
No, I use TaxAct.
Huh? Isn't that funny? They're all doing it. They ask, did you get the stimulus check? You put down, and by the way, they ask you that based on other stuff on your report. Now,
wait. At that point in the flow, if you will, of that software, have you already put in how much money you made that year, or is it before that?
It's one of the last questions.
Yes, of course. Gosh. Because that question is only posed to those who qualify income-wise. But for another, you must have not qualified for another reason. Why did you say you're not qualified for it? Why?
My annual income's over $100K.
Yeah, but during
that qualifies.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't realize that.
No, the tax software determined if you're qualified. That's why that question was posed to you. Listen, I wouldn't sweat it because you're not doing anything illegal or wrong. You're not lying. You're answering questions. I'm Tom Marchi.
I look at that. That's real.
Colorado paying care after this commercial, about 25 seconds.
The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed, you can both adjust your comfort with your Sleep Number setting.
Can it really help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet. Okay, but can it help keep us asleep? It senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you effortlessly comfortable. Sleep Number, proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss the final day. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed. Plus special planning.
Yeah, I know.
Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Look at that mustache.
Credit approved. Minimum monthly required. See store for details.
I don't know why anyone gets up in the morning and they're hurting. They go through life hurting. They go to sleep hurting, and they don't address it. Maybe they think the only thing is drugs and they don't want to get on drugs. But that's not the only thing. Colorado Pain Care has evidence-based treatments you may not have even heard of. And they have proof it works. So why don't you visit the website and find out more, coloradopaincare.com, or call them. You don't have to live with pain. Local doctors dedicated to getting you out of pain, accepting all insurance. 303-GOT-PAIN. 303-GOT-PAIN.
What is the worst part of needing bladder control products? Carrying them around the store, that they're bulky and limited, running out when you need them most? All of the above. You deserve better. Get Because. Get Because, and you'll feel like you're in control. Because protective underwear feels like real underwear. They're so thin and comfortable, you'll be shocked to see they're 15% more absorbent than store brands. Get Because, and they'll send bladder control products right to your door in discreet, plain packaging every month. Get Because, and the Fit Finder guarantees your underwear, pads, and guards fit right and won't leak. Get Because, and you'll save money. Because is trusted by more than 100,000 customers. And right now, the first 100 listeners who hear this commercial and sign up at getbecause.com/free will get a free trial pack. Supplies are limited. Don't miss out. That's a free trial pack for the first 100 listeners who sign up right now at getbecause.com/free. Getbecause.com/free.
Wouldn't it be great to escape to your own condo in the mountains, your own log cabin in the mountains, somewhere you can get away for long weekends or even work remotely? Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky for American Financing, reminding you.
Thanks to interest rates that are still close to record lows. And when you work with American Financing, you don't just benefit from custom loans. You actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado. So you can feel confident you're buying the right property.
Okay, I will tell him, Mary.
With the best possible loan program. At American Financing, they are really in it for you. They're your one-stop shop.
Okay, you want to come on and tell him yourself?
Including evening hours. So don't
okay, I will. You have a nice day. Bye-bye.
303-697-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
Hi, I'm Bob Logan, President and owner of Online Services. I am excited to announce the opening of our second office to help us better serve our clients in Boulder, Longmont, and North Denver. If you've always wanted to work with online and you live in these areas, let's talk. We need plumbers, electricians, and HVAC technicians who know how to deliver excellent customer service. Plumline offers great pay and excellent benefits, like health insurance for the entire family. Do yourself and your family a favor. Check us out at plumlineservices.com.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding drivewise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Now available every day. New customer savings based on your website and discount process and optional features. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company. Affiliates, Northwest Illinois.
If you've ever watched about hockey, you probably had a chuckle at the guy missing a couple of front teeth. But if you've ever lost a tooth or three in sports or an accident or just by bad dental hygiene, it's the furthest thing from funny. And Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center is here to help. Missing teeth means you can't eat everything you want. You feel nervous smiling, so people think you're never happy. You're hesitant to go on a date or just out with friends. So if that describes you or someone you care about, please get in touch with Aspenwood Dental today and set up your absolutely free consultation with one of their tremendously experienced team to talk about how an implant can make your life so much more enjoyable in so many ways, from eating to friendships to your love life. Again, the consultation is absolutely free. And Aspenwood Dental team is
Decided it never happened.
Never
happened.
Experience and quality of
But he did say he'll speak to the consumer.
751-3321. That's 303-751-3321.
He does dig through shit quick.
Online at AspenwoodDental.com. That's AspenwoodDental.com. From the Exergen Temporal Scale.
Then again, he's in Florida.
This afternoon, the high temperature is 37 degrees, but today is a pinpoint weather alert day with snow developing by nightfall. Could make for a rough evening commute. I'm Fox 31, pinpoint weather meteorologist Brooks Garner.
This report is sponsored by AAA Colorado Insurance. Don't settle for mediocre relationships. Pick up with your insurance provider and get AAA.
All right, guys, you're back on at about 10.
For 100 years, AAA has been providing auto insurance from a name you trust. Switch today and save up to 25%. Visit AAA.com/breakup.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
L3713 Talk. We have full open lines right now. You can get right through, which is good. 303-713-8255. I have Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And I want to remind you, realcbdthatworks.com is 30% off with Tom and the promo code realcbdthatworks.com that I love taking. It's way better than other alternatives. And it's mild on the system, realcbdthatworks.com. Frank Duran, something's going on with real estate, okay? I mean, people are buying like crazy still, a certain amount. Some people can't buy. Inventory is low and getting lower. We have a eviction bubble about to burst. And as Mark predicts, many of those rentals will go up for sale because people are not going to want to stay, they're not going to rent anymore. They're sick and tired of it. Or they owe too much money.
Or they can sell it right now. Look at the other side of this. Look how hot he's saying the market is. You think you're going to be able to sell that house in 10 years for this kind of dough? I doubt it.
So, Mark, so Frank, put on your crystal. I know you don't like looking into a crystal ball. I'm asking you to. So,
okay.
What do you see?
Yes. This is what I think. Just doing this as long as I have, real estate goes in cycles, and I'm telling you, at some point, we will definitely come to a point where there'll be a correction. Now, when that is, nobody really knows. But, it's funny to me. I'll tell you a really quick story. When my mom bought her first house, I was only 16. She bought a house for $50,000 that today is worth over $500,000. Now, people back then says, well, gee, you'll never be able to sell that home for over $100,000 when she sold her home. And look where the market is today. I mean, you just never know where the market's going to go. I do think at some point we will see a correction, but I also believe more people put skin in the game this time around, Tom, than last time, because you remember what happened last time. Lenders were giving loans out to people they should not have been giving loans out to, and people just did not have skin in the game. I think this time around there's a lot more skin in the game.
So, what does it mean? What do you think is going to happen? Will prices go up, or will we have a correction?
I think at some point, Tom, we'll see a correction. When that is, it's hard to say, but I'll tell you, at least in the near future here, With rates being as low as they are, there's not a lot of inventory. I don't think banks are in a big hurry to put inventory out there. I think this spring and summer, barring something geopolitically or something that could happen on a dime, I think it's going to be a strong summer and spring for sellers. But I think going down the pipe here, though, with things, when these foreclosure, forbearances, and those kind of things expire, I think there will be some more inventory hitting the market at some point, and I think we will see a little bit of a cool down.
Okay, and then prices adjust a little downward?
I think prices would adjust, or at least cool down to the point where there's a little bit more inventory for buyers to choose from.
Let's talk to, thank you, Frank. Let's talk to Smarty Marty, Deputy Smarty. He has some follow-ups. Deputy Smarty Pants, what do you got going on? Let's hear it.
Well, I'm working on the case today that regarding summer and the tough shed situation.
Yes, that was where it was placed too close to the fence, not honoring a setback. Now, here's what I thought. Mark and I disagreed on this. What the contract says is that the company would be responsible for all permitting, right? All permits. Because of the size of this, it wasn't. They weren't required to get a permit.
But so it's not permitted that close to the fence. But the actual word permitted.
Okay, but Mark, they say they're going to be responsible for permits. Okay? Now, here's what I think. Because it did not require a permit, I don't think that they had a responsibility to know all of the rules and regulations. I don't. If she lives there, I think it's incumbent upon her to know her local HOA rules and regulations, and one of those is a setback. Now, had they gone for a permit, people say I say it wrong, but had they gone for a permit, they would have seen the setback. But because it did not require a permit, were they still obligated to know? Again, there's no right or wrong answer. There's just opinion. And Smarty Marty, that's where it stands. Because she couldn't put it where she wanted it, she said she would have never purchased that one. She would have gotten a different kind and put
Marty,
it somewhere else.
Before you even give an update, you know the story. Yeah. What do you make of it in the permit issue?
I'm not knowledgeable in this particular area.
What's your feeling, though? Do you think they should have known about the setback? It's just an opinion thing.
Well, I would have known. If I was the consumer, I would have, you know how I am.
But do you think the company should have known?
From what I read in the report from Mark, they reported you don't need one.
Well, that was true. They didn't need a permit. That's not what we're debating. What we're debating is, because they did not need a permit, did that then relieve them of the responsibility of finding out if there were other requirements?
I'm not sure. From a legal perspective,
we're not asking legal. I was asking opinion.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't.
I'd rather. I don't know. I just want to report what's going on.
All right, tell us what's happening.
So I spoke with Sean, who's in charge of this operation.
Yeah.
And he's willing to give her a break, a little bit, a credit of $1,000, which I don't feel is enough. I asked Sean if he wants to come on the show to discuss. And
he's mad at me, right? Didn't he say I attacked him one time?
No, not him. Oh. Not Sean, the other guy. I didn't get there yet.
Oh, okay.
So he's willing to speak to Summer further. They're on good terms, him and Summer. They're on good terms. I asked Summer what else she wanted from me. You know, if she wants to go to small claims or anything. She says no. She just wants to work with them. So Sean said, I can't go on the air because it's against policy. But here's the guy that you need to speak to, named Phil, and he's the media guy. So I just got off the phone with him, and I guess you're referring to the note I just wrote you. And he says that he's reluctant to go on the air because 15 years ago you said some bad things about his company without doing the research.
That would never happen, but okay.
Well, I'm just reporting what he says.
Yeah.
And so he said he will personally call Summer and see what else he can do for her. Mm-hmm. And he said he'll report back to me whatever the result of that would be.
Now, when he mentioned the other guy mentioned a $1,000 credit, and you said you didn't think that was enough.
I think they can do better. That's all.
Okay. All right. So
what he's saying is he thinks he can get him to do better.
Maybe.
Well, I think I can get him to do better. Yeah, I think through all the connections, this Phil media guy knowing the show. Obviously, Phil knows your show.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
He knows the
He's holding a grudge for 15 years. He must.
That's a good one. 15-year grudge.
Hey, by the way, do you have any other follows?
You know, I feel bad for this one woman named Vanessa. Dolores. Excuse me, Dolores. Dolores is the one who wants to move upstairs. She lives in a first floor.
Yeah.
And she has some issues, and she wants to move to the second floor, but she's not following my instructions.
Okay. And she doesn't think she has a right to do that, right?
Well, we got a medical issue here.
Oh. But what medical issue would make her live, would allow her to live on an upper floor?
Because she's got phobias of being on the first floor.
I got it. Okay, hold on. I got to take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is
Lazera and All Pro in about a minute.
Pinsky in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 6:30 KHOW. Denver.
Now, impact traffic.
You want to do All Pro?
I'd
rather do Lazera, but I'll do All Pro. Do All Pro.
From the Bedford Sports
Get her phone ring today. I just got to
flowing
pull them up.
freely in both directions through the metro area. There is a crash up north, though, on southbound I-25 at the Berthoud exit. That's jamming things past the Johnstown exit. And some slowing on westbound I-70 approaching Federal, but no problems being reported there. Also, a bit of the usual volume slowing on westbound 270 through Commerce City. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Clouds increasing this afternoon and evening, bringing with them some scattered snow showers. Moving into the metro area just in time for your afternoon drive. 24 and overnight low tonight. That snow tapers off early tomorrow morning with 3 to 5 inches of total accumulation possible. It's 42 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW. The National
All right, here you go. About 10 seconds to Joe Lazera and All Pro.
Continue supporting the local community. Lifetime makes donations to Food Bank of the Rockies and supports Denver Zoo conservation programs. Call 1-800-GET-WINDOWS for their largest discount ever, 40% off.
If you're in a criminal situation, meaning that you're charged with a crime or an accessory or something like that, or a DUI, don't ever try to get through this system alone. You need a criminal defense attorney. I know a lot of people say, I didn't do it, I'll just go in and talk to him. That's a bad thing to do. Or, okay, I was falsely accused. Remember this, they're out to make a case. You need defense. It's just simply that way. And your first call should be to a criminal defense attorney. And of course, you can't do that when you're under pressure. So I did it for you. Joe Lazera, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. Look for Joe at referrals.com.
All right, one of the worst industries right now is about to have a field day, or a heyday for that matter. You know what it is, right? It's the restoration companies out there. We just had that cold weather. It finally snapped. Now it's starting to warm up. We're going to have snow again. If you had a bursted pipe, if you've got water everywhere, even if you've got water in a little place in your home, you need to have someone come out and check it out. You got to get your insurance company involved. And my goodness, the guys you want to deal with, if you need to, for any form of restoration, is All Pro Restoration. These guys are honest as the day is long. They're never going to steer you wrong. They'll work directly with your insurance company so you have zero out of pocket. And they work with all the major insurance companies. I'm going to give you their website, and I want you to go check them out right now. I mean, literally. Go to this website so when you do need a company like this, and by the way, we're getting snow tonight, and if your roof has leaks in it, guess what? They can go into your attic and try it out. They can do everything. That's the bottom line. But I want you to go to the website right now and check them out. They're family owned and operated by Jessica and Jonathan. They're a great company. Just do me a favor. Check them out right now at allprocolorado.com. allprocolorado.com. You're going to see why they stand out compared to the competition. allprocolorado.com.
Into the World of Tomorrow's Monsters, a scripted podcast starring Golden Globe nominee John Boyega and Emmy winner Darren Criss.
In this sci-fi thriller podcast, a shadowy corporation seeks to enhance human evolution by eliminating the need for sleep.
What are the repercussions when we give corporations direct access to our brains? At what point are we no longer just consumers? At what point do we become their product?
Listen to Tomorrow's Monsters on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here.
Do we have a call? Do we have a number for Robert Bridges?
So you can live your life the way you want, with the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and that your mouth is healthy. At Barrett's Dental, we want to help you get your life back. I invite you to my
I'll write it right down.
Consultation.
Why didn't you do a mortgage?
If you are comfortable at Barrett's Dental. We offer total dental solutions.
Oh, she talking to you? It's like 2%. Why didn't you do a mortgage?
I don't know. I thought of it. You're right. I don't know.
I'm going, should I pay? I literally owe almost nothing, like 10% on my house. And I'm like, I should just pay it off. But then I go, fuck it.
So what do I do? What do I do with the money? I get about 1.5. What do I do with it?
303-731.
That's the whole fucking kicker. I don't know.
It's not to pay.
You know why I do commercials for SimplyFloorsInc.com? Because I personally use them. I'm consumer advocate Mark Major. If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Did you get a picture of that, Debbie? Yes. Oh, let me see it.
That's scratch resistant and waterproof.
But I'm gonna.
They also have the most beautiful lines of hardwood in carpet. They do free design services and they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores. The best service, the best prices. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Are you suffering from leg pain?
When I get a chance to do this, I love doing it. It's just that I don't.
5 people lives with the
San Francisco, still no schools open. Imagine.
They're not going to have any people living in that state. You know, the good thing about Biden winning is everybody's going to see what fucking morons these people are.
You think so?
Yes. Once it starts affecting them, hey, there's a bunch of big-time liberals. They can't get their kids back in school, man. At some point, they're going to get frustrated.
From the prep work to the open houses, not to mention the supply
chain. Why is this happening
like this? Especially in California. How about when the 20,000 people come across the border soon and take all the jobs?
Then list your own home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates, so your home is less.
Why doesn't? I just don't understand why this thing. Why it doesn't? It's never what you see is what you get with WordPress. Even though they say it is, it's not. It really isn't. It just sucks. I mean, it just is so hindering.
Most importantly, we beat out 7 other offers for our new home.
Well, with
Orchard.com now. Enter your address and get started with a free
evaluation. Why is that now more than just a return? Why does it turn out to be so big?
This is Dave Logan for the law.
This is Dan Campbell. None of it makes sense. Is what I'm saying. It just doesn't.
Back in soon.
The Situation with Michael Brown. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says that she's open to increasing corporate taxes, which means you'll be paying additional taxes. Let's talk about it at 2.
I'm Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, listen, we got a lot happening
here, so I got to get right to the phones, and I want to take Nina, and then I think Deputy Marty has another follow-up with that woman or not. If not, that's fine. Nina, what is happening? What do you want to talk about?
Hi, I just really wanted to come on the show so that I could help expose Ideal Image for how they do business.
How do they do business? And who are they?
Yeah.
What do they do?
Yeah, that's all of our questions.
Yeah, so Ideal Image, it's not something I ever thought I was going to do, but of course life happens. But what they do at that company is they do things like cool sculpting, laser hair removal, oil therapy, and the procedure I went in for was cool sculpting.
Okay, now,
in my opinion, it's completely bogus.
Now, by the way, there are so many people doing this, and so many people getting ripped. Now, when you say cold sculpting, what do you mean? Like Like, is it a laser that just does swirlies on you, a white? What is it?
No, so it's a big machine, and it has these large paddles on it, and they put the paddles on you, and it goes to 11 degrees below Celsius.
Oh, okay. I have not heard. Yeah. Well, I have heard about it, and I haven't gotten a lot of good reports on it. But I will say this: in general, all of the so-called external fat elimination, meaning, you know, listen, no one wants to do that intrusive liposuction, okay? But it works. No, it's terrible, but it works.
There's one really bad thing about it.
Well, there's a bunch of bad things.
Well, no. Here's what we know someone personally, and I'd never say it on air, who got it.
Yeah.
But here's what happens.
Quickly.
They do the lipo in one area. Yeah. All the fat just simply goes to another. From there, Tom, it's the most, I've known this person forever.
Okay.
She had it done on her belly. Now it's all somewhere else.
Here's what I want to say. There are many, many cases of what I consider to be very good liposuction jobs. However, in general, the fat starts coming back. Now, other people swear by it. But the point I was trying to make is not lipo or not. I'm not saying that. The whole point I wanted to make is that any of these non-invasive procedures, whether radio frequencies, cold, lasers, are mostly scams. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wanted to give it a try, so I did give it a try. But the real issue was what they said in the beginning versus what's in the written contract, what's in the fine print. So I want to put a warning out there because what they tell you is completely different than what the contract says.
What do they say? Tell me in a nutshell, what do you think is misleading?
So the biggest thing was they told me we need a $200 deposit. So I made a deposit. What they really did was they charged me for the entire amount, which was about $6,000.
Well, now come on, why don't you just contest that?
I am, and they will not respond.
But why? Okay, but here's the point. You were going to pay for it anyway, right? I mean, so why does it bother you?
Because I got halfway through the treatments and I told them about the pain that it caused me because for the next 2 weeks I was in excruciating pain.
Okay.
And I had it done on my
stomach.
So
had you planned on canceling? Did you want the power to be able to cancel and not have your money already with them? Is that the bottom line?
That's the bottom line.
Okay,
yeah,
I get it.
They
why don't you contest it? Why don't you contest it on your credit card?
So I've got that process started.
Good.
So that process has started. I've reported them to the Better Business Bureau, and I love your show, so I wanted to contribute to your show.
Now listen,
for a long time.
I have never heard of anyone calling in about cold sculpting working ever. Not one person.
And it's really not for weight loss. If you really look at it, it is literally for sculpting. You generally do not lose weight.
Listen, why don't we see if we can get you a credit without the fight through the credit card? Let's see. I want to see. Who should we give it to, Deputy Doc, or who should we give it, Deputy Doc?
Sure, let's give it to Deputy Doc.
Let's see if he can get you a credit of some kind. But
he's
what is
an MD.
Yeah. What is the name of the company itself? What's the name?
Ideal Image.
Ideal Image, and where are they?
The one I went to is in Centennial. It's off County Line Road.
Okay. And really...
Besides the pain, did you get any results from it out of curiosity?
Yeah.
No. No.
What is the theory? They're going to freeze the hell out of the fat cells and they're going to run away?
That's what they do.
And then your body should shed the fat cells. But once again, you really don't lose weight because... it comes back to somewhere else.
It just shrinks it for a minute, Tom. That's all it does.
None of them, by the way, say you're going to lose weight, I don't think. I don't think any of these idiots say you're going to lose weight.
Well, lipo will, like you said.
Well, yeah, but
then you put it, if you don't change your lifestyle,
lipo isn't really to lose
comes
weight.
Back.
You don't lose enough of that to lose weight on lipo. I mean, you lose some, but they take out really... not that much. I mean, lipo is extreme. I mean, see, here's where lipo does work, Mark. So there are some girls, mostly girls, guys have it too, but they might have a fat patch or something that, a cellulite or something that's settled underneath their rib or on their back or on their hip, really where it's just, there's just something there. It's just fat. And they can take those out and they don't come back. That's a good thing. But to use it as a I'm pear-shaped. I want to have a nice waist and all that. It's not wise at all.
They do those, what's that called? The only thing that I've ever seen really work for weight loss is the band going around the belly, and it's very intrusive surgery.
That's surgery.
Oh, lap band.
Lap
oh, my
band.
God, there's so many complications as well. Okay, listen, let's give her to Deputy Doc to see if he can work on that.
Hopefully Marty heard my MD comment.
Nancy.
From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, I-25 flowing through in both directions through the metro area. There is a crash up north, though, on southbound I-25 at the Market exit. That's jamming things back to the Johnstown exit. And some slowing on westbound I-70 approaching Federal, but no problems being reported there. Also a bit of the usual volume slowing on westbound 270 through Congress City. Fox 41 feels white weather, clouds increasing this afternoon and evening.
Here, let me do mile high, too.
Showers moving into the metro area just in time for your afternoon drive. 24 and overnight low tonight. That snow tapers off early tomorrow morning with 3 to 5 inches of total accumulation possible.
So
it's 42 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
American Financing's digital mortgage.
That's in seconds. Smile State, 80 backpack.
Mortgage pre-qualification letter is available instantly.
She's 16.
303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.com.
Your guy is 30.
Wills, trusts, power of attorney, medical directives, beneficiaries deeds. And to avoid probate, or if you're facing probate, guess who? Blake Harris. In fact, I used Blake not even 2 or 3 months ago. He came up with an absolute wonderfully scripted, if you will, trust for my parents, and I love it. He went through every aspect of it, and what I really liked about what Blake did, I sat down, I filled out some very small information, basically describing what I'm looking for on his website. Then he personally called me up. We talked for probably 15, 20 minutes. Then he gave me a price. And then he explained why he wanted to do certain things, like a trust over a simple will, and how to do a beneficiary's deed, and what I should do with their house to avoid taxes when they pass. Blake has all the answers. In fact, I love his phone number. 833-ASK-BLAKE. No matter what you need when it comes to wills, trust, power of attorneys, medical directives. Oh, by the way, I just thought of this. If you want to protect the assets of someone that's on Medicare, maybe they still have a house, you need to talk to Blake about that. It's really impressive stuff. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Flat rate pricing. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Now, 888heating.com is another company I absolutely love. They give you, the consumer, all the choices. If your furnace is broken, you call them up, guess what? They're going to say, hey, that's $300 or $400. You need a new fan, or you need a new whatever it is. But there's other companies out there that will only try to sell you brand new units. This is not who you're dealing with 888 Heating. They're honest guys. They've been on a referral list for a long time. And they will help you out, and they'll leave the choice up to you. 888heating.com. Go check out their website right now. It's really cool. 888heating.com.
Baths, counters, and doors, even replace the windows and doors. Have our word will treat you right at Dunbar.
Brothers who? The auto dealer brothers. I have the. Why do I have the picture here and I don't have that? How do I want to search my posts.
You know, she didn't put that on a credit card. She went through their financing, just like Taylor did.
Oh, there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, I was going to have Ken try.
They did that properly then. They did it properly because what they did was they get funded 100%.
And then she makes the payment.
I ought to tell her that. Let me tell her
she got screwed if it went.
Oh, you want to tell her that?
Unless she's not on.
I already let her go.
Don't worry about it.
Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quiet of replace your windows, call us.
They absolutely.
303-722-2295.
This bridge is unsafe to use. Bridge or masonry.
Michael Brown here. I'm going to take a minute to talk to you about something that has changed my life. Blue Sky CBD. You've heard me talk about the relief it's given me with hip pain after rolling. And you've heard how much the pet love formula has helped our pet. But what you might not know is that Dr. Eric Dorniger out of Boulder serves as their Director of Research and Development, or that Dr. Adam Graves in Castle Rock and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively. The reason behind this
Did
is their product
Suzanne call them back yet?
The highest quality CBD in the country.
What's that? Did Suzanne call Hannah back yet?
And their formulas are created
I don't know.
using international research to ensure that you get the dosage you need to find the relief you deserve. You'd be amazed at the reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. Use promo code KNOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed. bluesky-cbd.com. Promo code KNOW for 30% off. bluesky-cbd.com.
I think the hard sale in cars is the worst damn approach. I think it's truly the worst approach you can have.
Unexpected growth can stretch your business.
And you start off with invoices that show all the stupid extra shit, and all they want to talk about is the stupid extra shit. I don't like it. Don't like any part of it.
And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply. If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio.
Those headphones zap me every time I plug in. What the hell could be in a headphone thing?
That sucks.
Well, I mean, mine don't. It's just these. But what could be in a headphone to literally shock you?
I don't know. There should be one. So brothers, I did not do brothers. Okay, maybe I have a draft. That's what it is.
This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. The new Viva Max nicotine pouches have arrived.
I'm
You've got
seeing
flavors.
there are so many things that I should.
And cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and the new 7 milligrams.
What are you bitching about?
You've got freedom. They're tobacco leaf free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere.
I
more
should.
Flavors, more strengths, more freedom. You've got Viva Max. Available
I
at
should
convenience store near
more.
you or visit Viva.com. Nicotine products. Unrated self-prohibited. Website protected age 21 plus nicotine consumers. Denver's talk station has your shot to
It's a strong site.
You've got 12 chances a day, every weekday. Listen at 5 past the hour for the 12K a day giveaway.
All right.
Sponsored by Diaries on 630 KNOW.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint. Like,
Alright, 10 seconds.
I want.
stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Diaries, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Listen, I need to finish up with Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank, a free market valuation, you're still offering that to people, right?
We sure are, Tom. We meet a lot of great people. We're very thankful to do it and happy to do it.
I want to say Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. That valuation is way more than just a cursory look around. I mean, you do comps and everything, right?
We sure do. In fact, we just sold an appraiser's home. He appraised his own home for a certain amount, but we ended up selling it $71,000 higher than that even.
That is funny. That is funny. 303-920-1622. Charlotte, what's going on with you, Charlotte? Hi. Wait, that's not Charlotte, is it? This is Gene. Go ahead, Gene. I don't know where Charlotte is. Gene, go ahead. What's happening?
Yeah, hi, Tom. I'd like to share with you and your listeners a very threatening phone call that we got yesterday, and it left the phone number. I know you kind of like to fool
Really?
around
What did?
with
Oh,
numbers.
yeah, and it's kind of late, but I'm going to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah. Wait, tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah. So I want to do it tomorrow. What did they say they're doing? What was the call?
Let me pull it up for you.
Go ahead.
And I'll play it here for you.
Yeah. Do that. Do that.
Let me see if I can get this right.
Sure. We only have a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
You have to bear with me for a moment here.
All right.
I put my wife's phone in. Sometimes it gets to the point where I really apologize about that.
No, don't worry about it. I want to get it to go. Go ahead. Do you have time?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Here we go. I'm just not. I really apologize. Why don't I just can't seem to get it pulled up.
Let's do it tomorrow. Yeah, just hold on. Suzanne, see if you can get it pulled up right now. Just get on the phone with him right now. Let's see. Terry. Terry. Terry.
Yep. Hello.
Yeah, you were banned from a homeless hotel?
Yeah, well, yes, from a government project through Almost Home.
Yeah.
On nights when it's below freezing, that they give you a hotel voucher.
Right.
Exposed.
Right.
Well, about a month ago, I was in Brighton in Choice Hotels there in the Quality Inn.
Yeah.
And when I got there, the man at the desk was so rude. He was beyond rude. He was rude. Okay. And to me, that when I tried to contact him, I tried to text her. She keeps her voicemail full. The lady that runs the program.
All right. So you wanted to call and complain?
Well, I want to get unbanned. I'm freezing my butt off.
But why are you? That's the part I'm trying to get. Why are you banned?
They won't tell me.
But can't you use the government voucher for another place?
No.
What?
No, they only use Choice Hotels, and then certain ones on certain nights. You don't really have much of a choice.
Okay, but why? You have no idea. You have no idea why you were banned.
The only reason I can think of is because I complained to them about the service and the way that I was treated.
Well, yeah, but you can't get banned. Not if you're homeless and the government's doing this for you. I don't. Yes. Terry, you need to hang on, okay? We're going to call them. We're going to give this to somebody to call the motel and get you on tomorrow, or the hotel. I'm Tom Martino. We're out of time. Remember, referralist.com.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Michael Brown isn't.
Are we off? No. No, come on, speak up. Speak up. You're not getting me in trouble. Speak up, bro. Speak up.
Not getting in trouble. Hosted by
Speak up.
A.K.A. Kevin from The Office. Every week in the
Speak up.
Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as he decides to on set.
Hey, Michael, just so you know, we're usually, sometimes when you walk in, we're just still live, just so you know. And then the second time out, it's killed.
I try not to come in until the lights on.
I don't. No.
Talking Wi-Fi.
I mean,
video.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
I was going to ask him something controversial.
That's why I smelled that.
I want to get him canceled.
I saw that coming. Someone brought up on our feed the other day what you informed me of, that Fauci was the highest paid government official, and they said there was one caveat, but I don't know necessarily if I agree with it. In like 1998, I looked up the article, the postmaster general, who only made $200,000 and some odd received a $700,000 bonus that year. And for the hell of me, I have no idea why he did. Nor did I know government officials got bonuses, but it looks legit.
It was just for that year.
Just 1 year.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Greta Van Susteren? She's still around.
I don't think so.
She's on one of those odd channels, I think.
She used to be on Fox.
Yeah.
She was on CNN, went to Fox.
She left when a lot of them left.
I don't know where she went.
I don't know either, but she left when Megyn Kelly and isn't that basically the same year Bill O'Reilly deal went down? And
all of the Me Too stuff?
I don't think so.
With changing symptoms. Chief White House Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci says a new study from the National Institutes of Health is investigating the cases.
What does the spectrum of recovery from this infection look like across all the entire population? Young individuals, middle-aged, how many people?
I got big bear flooring coming out.
What for?
I'm going to get a bid on doing, our house has got a shitload of hardwood, redoing all of it. Not, sanding, stripping, sanding, refinishing. I'd never replace it. I love it. But did you see those evil looks? Did you get an evil look out there?
Mm-hmm.
From the news?
Yeah, no, I never do. You think for not wearing a mask?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Okay, this is tough shit. Was this before it was on the air?
What's that?
Tough shit. Phil said, he says,
That's immediate. That's the guy that you pissed off 15 years ago. I think I remember that. I remember him coming on.
Oh, bullshit.
You said, quote, tough shed sucks. He said, what's the problem? You said there isn't one, you just suck.
Oh. Somebody called me and said, I have a problem with tough shed. And I said, really? Well, no matter what, I know it's their fault.
No matter what, that's tough luck for you. Actually, they got a pretty good rep, don't they? I don't think I remember even having a complaint on them. Did you ever build a little thing like that? Who built your big RV thing in Parker? Or in Castle Rock? Franktown?
The big one was Morton. Not Morton. No. Cleary.
Cleary's good.
Cleary, they just added on to an already Cleary.
They're fucking expensive, though. Real expensive.
I need details for some of these sleaze brigades.
You know, it'd be funny. They start, they're talking about lumber tripling, and that guy wasn't bullshitting. I looked it up, man. Mid last year, $400 for whatever. Now it's 900 plus, depending on what area of the country you're in. It's massively different. Is it snowing yet? Okay. But think of this. How about steel? How about a steel house? Would you build one?
What do you mean by that?
Like a steel building. Build a fucking steel house. If wood's so much money, why not use steel? You think it just is? It would still cost more, or you just wouldn't like the look?
I don't know. It depends. I mean, it's not great construction.
Fuck, I put my steel building up against almost anything out there.
But are your stringers and everything inside steel, or just the?
Bro, it's all fucking steel.
No, your joists and your
everything.
Your studs.
Everything. And that fucker's anchored into the ground in like 8 places into a full foundation. That's a 100-year building. That ain't going nowhere.
In between the studs, do you have insulation?
Yeah.
And do you have steel on the inside too?
I did not do that. I've got that.
What do you have on the inside?
You mean
what you wall?
I know. It's insulation. It's this really thick.
And it's pillowy.
It's pillowy.
It's got the vinyl on it.
Yeah, it's almost like those roofs, a commercial roof. Yeah. But yes, they sell shit for the inside. And if you made a house, you'd probably just drywall.
I did mine with the same siding, both
on the inside.
It looks beautiful.
I didn't even think of it.
I used to hose it down. Yep, we had siding on the inside and outside.
Did you put a garage coating on the cement or no?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I had a beautiful floor, yeah. Yeah.
I wish I did that before I put everything in. Because, Garage Kings, I could have had them come out and do it, and it wouldn't have been that much. But I already moved all the shit in there before I thought about it. In other words, it would take me 4 fucking days to empty
all
shit
the clowns I've met in my life.
Yeah.
When it comes to garage coatings, concrete coatings.
Yeah.
Most of them are flakes. I mean, I've met
flakes. They use flakes.
So many. I've met so many over the years with so many houses, and they're fucked up.
We've never had one complaint on garage.
Yeah, they're different.
Well, it's a husband and wife. They come out and do it, man. I mean, they're the fucking team. They do the power washing, they do the etching, and he explained to me exactly what you just said. He goes, the biggest problem with these guys out there doing it, if you don't prep it right, you're going to end up with a piece of shit. Doesn't matter what material you use. If it's not prepped right and done right, it'll suck. All right, you ready, babe?
They're air right, folks. They do commercial. They do some large homes that have commercial products in them. But they don't do, I'm talking about the Richmond home ductwork stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know who we're going to, he said a home inspector.
Home inspectors don't know with that kind of shit.
But so
really, who designs that? The one that actually looks at it and says if it was done right.